What's good? What's good? What's good? Welcome, welcome. Let me turn this background down a little bit. What's good? What's good? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I got a lot that I want to talk about as it pertains to South Africa. And I'm going to have, I'm going to open up the panel, have some people come up later in the stream. But there's a lot of things that I am going to cover as it pertains to South Africa, not only from a political aspect, but just also as it pertains to travel, relocation, and things of that nature. So I just want to kind of preface the stream, to say that, I still have a lot of love for South African culture, South Africa culture, love the music, love to visit. Um, still a great place for tourism, but there's a lot of things that I've uh, experienced and seen from my first time going in 2021 up until now. So a lot of changes in the last 2 to 3 years, and what I'm seeing now is just the icing on the cake. Jay Focus said, "Great thumbnail, man. Appreciate it, bro. Always in the building, Ronan Travelers. Salute, salute, salute." So, yeah, I still got love for South Africa. Hopefully, South Africa still has love for me. But there are some truth that need to be. He said listening, but it's like okay, okay. You guys can hear me, right? You guys can hear me, right? Just want to make sure you guys can hear me out there. One in the chat if you can hear me. One in the chat if you can hear me. But yeah, I still got a lot of love for South Africa. Like I said, great place to visit. For those that like to party. I still think it's a place ideal for like couples and things of that nature. But we'll get into that. There's some people currently on the ground in South Africa. Hopefully, they'll come up and kind of give their perspective. So I'm going to start by talking about what's going on politically, which made me just say the words "leave South Africa alone." Now I also threw in Namibia because when it comes to Africa, there's kind of cultural differences. You got West African kind of has a lot of similarities. East Africa kind of has a lot of similarities. The same with Southern Africa. And so, the main four Southern African countries you have is like South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. So for me, I look at Namibia being kind of like an alternative to those that like, Southern African culture, things of that nature. So that's kind of why I threw that in, and we'll get back to that. But let me pull up this table and kind of give you guys what is going on in South Africa. So, we're, the Black community in the United States, where, there's been people that are been for Pan Africanism. A lot have not been for Pan Africanism. I've been a person that has wanted to kind of encourage people to visit the continent of Africa, and South Africa was one of the first countries that I heavily promoted for people to visit and encourage to visit. And a lot of people have credited me and thanked me for, opening that door to make them comfortable to visit. And most have had a very good time and rewarding experience. Um, with that said, the what's the word I want to say? The hesitation for a lot of Black Americans to visit Africa has been, specifically South Africa, has been the perception that is similar to the United States as it relates to racism, as it relates to colorism, as we see. It just has a lot of contrast with the United States, and a lot of people that want to go to Africa, visit or live in Africa, they want to, I mean, they're going to Africa to get away from white people. Let me just keep that straight. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of we have a lot of love for the white people that rock with us, but most people that want to go to Africa or experience Africa, they're going with the expectation and the desire to have a break, from being around white people. And we can't be apologetic about it. People have their reasons. Being a minority in a country where you're always around white people and never know the feeling of being around a majority of people that look like you. People of the diaspora, we just don't know what that feels like until we go to the continent. So people already had their doubts when it comes to South Africa. Another thing, and uh, I'm not too familiar with it because I wasn't an adult during the time, but Black Americans played a pivotal role for the end of apartheid in 1994 in South Africa. So there was a time where African American input and helped for the betterment of South Africans as a whole. And it's kind of sad now to see this more modern generation, look at Black Americans as if we don't know what we're talking about in a lot of instances, as if our input, shouldn't have any value or weight. And so we always approach the African continent and the people of Africa as our brothers and sisters, and things that we have seen, and we have seen the playbook of white supremacy in the United States. And a lot of times we just want to let them know, like, hey, this is the playbook. We see it unfolding in your country and the continent. These are the things you need to look out for. Now, the spirit of South Africans is about unity. Most South Africans, they want to remove the color lines, which in a perfect society we should. We should be a colorblind society, and be able to have equal opportunities, fairness, and basically things cannot be based on your race or skin tone. That's what I mean. Ideally, that's what we all would like. Martin Luther King wanted that, but even Martin Luther King realized that dream, his dream, to have this unity and color blindness is just not a reality, and I don't think it ever will be a reality. So this is what the Black community has been screaming, like, the utopia is just not a reality, and the history of Africa being colonized continuously over and over again has been due to the niceness and forgiveness and unselfishness of Native Africans. It's history has repeated itself. And before I get into these statistics, um, the story of Thanksgiving. We was talking about this the other day. Just Thanksgiving in the United States with the Pilgrims and the Native Americans. You know, they welcomed the Europeans with open arms. Fed them, entertained them, and then in the middle of the night, they brought out their guns and pretty much uh, backstabbed them in so many words. I don't want to get too graphic, but they pretty much backstabbed them. Okay, I see Tribal Tribe Raw on the back. I'm gonna bring you up in a second. So you know, there are a segment of people in the white community uh, that have always had this what's the word I want to use? They always had an agenda to undermine and create this superiority inferior uh, dynamic. But in all, I think the majority of white people are good people. I just think that the minority does have this white supremacist mindset. When I say minority could be 49%. So I'm gonna I got a panel guest. I mean, I'm gonna keep them muted, but I'm gonna get with some of the comments in a minute. Kareem said Afro America, Africa. Shout out to Kareem. Shout out to Traveling Tony. That's why I came to Africa. Shout out to Traveling Tony. So this graph you see real quick. So these are the election results. So just to kind of give the American audience kind of what their political system looks like. So they do operate under a democracy. However, opposed to America, which we pretty much have a two-party system. South Africa, along with other countries, they have a multi-party system, which in a lot of ways I think is better. I think is better than a two-party system. Now, ANC has always been in power. I'm gonna mute your mic real quick, Travel. ANC ANC has been in power for the past 30 years. So a lot of people make ANC synonymous with the American Democratic Party. So the ANC being in power for a long time, a lot of people haven't seen the changes that they want in the past 30 years. The DA party, which is unique, is that whites are a minority in South Africa. I can't forget I don't know the percentage offhand, but they're a small minority, the whites in South Africa, and the DA party is a white-led party, which is mainly based in Western Cape or Cape Town. So you got the DA party, and then you got MKP. I'm not too familiar with that, but EFF party, a lot of I would say Pan Africanists or Black Americans are aware of EFF and kind of relate to EFF because their party leader Julius Malema, he's basically like Malcolm X. He has a lot of Malcolm X talking points. I won't get into all his talking points, but if you know who Malcolm X is, Julius Malema is basically um, the Malcolm X of South Africa, just to put it. So Black Americans have been saying like, hey, you guys have someone that could lead the country like a Malcolm X. On the outside looking in, we're pushing for South Africa to support EFF, and just talking to South Africans over the past couple of years or so, EFF has not been, they've had their criticism, and we're on the outside looking in. We're like, man, y'all are not woke. So anyway, so here's all kind of the recent results. So ANC historically carried more than 50% of the vote. So if you carry more than 50% of the vote, you pretty much, you choose the president, and then the president obviously doesn't. They don't really have to make deals with nobody at 50%. But for the first time in history, the ANC fell below 50%. So to have a 50, you need 50%. You need at least 50% support to institute a president and to have control over most policies. So as you see the breakdown, what happened was that the ANC had an option to make alliances with the EFF and MKP, and they could have kind of like left out the DA. But the ANC, led by their current president, um, they decided to make a coalition with the DA. So Black Americans are like, wow. So now that empowers the DA. The DA has more influence on South Africa policy, and DA represents a community of people that have hinted at the idea of succeeding the Western Cape from South Africa and making Western Cape its own separate sovereign nation. You know what I mean? So they already have the mindset of wanting to break away from South Africa anyway. But before I go any further, I wanted to get Tribe Travel Raw to comment on anything before we proceed. Let me see if I can unmute him real quick. Let me unmute you,
Hey,
brother.
what's good, brother? Yeah, man. I'm still
What's
learning about
good,
the
man? What's good? How you
politics.
doing?
I don't really. Yeah, I'm cool. I'm still learning about the politics. So I barely just started fully understanding the whole story of Mandela. So I'm still learning about all this stuff.
All right, cool, cool. Well, I'm definitely gonna get you in on the cultural aspect. Uh, I'm gonna start with I'm gonna start with this segment. Then we're gonna talk about the other cultural things as well. But um, there's gonna be a lot of things that tie into leave just leave South Africa alone. When it comes to a lot of things. Uh,
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, I'm ready, man.
so I wanted you guys to see these comments. So I'm not gonna play this video. I'm not gonna play this video, but hold on real quick. I'm not gonna play this video, but shout out to the African Diaspora Channel, 1.8 million subscribers. Brother Phil Scott and his team, they always on top of things, man. So I definitely like a lot of things that they're doing. So they had did a stream called "Voting for the White Man: How South Africans Betrayed Julius Malema by Voting for DA." And as I said before, Julius Malema, he is like the Malcolm X of South Africa. So I just want to go to like the comments, just so that people know that the sentiments are real. So this first comment was like, the fact that these people continue to support the ANC is quite apparent they are not serious about addressing historical injustices. Uh, it was a comment I seen earlier about why they're supporting the DA. So what really stood out was that the South Africans was defending the the C word that we say. They were supporting the COON. It is crazy. Uh, so well, it's not a white president. Let's see. So here's the issue that I kind of have. Here's the issue that I have is that the United States, we had our first black president after 234 years of male presidents. And so, white people was able to enjoy being the majority, enjoy their representation. They enjoyed it well enough to now that white people don't care about being rich. They don't care about the material things. They've had what I mean, how you have enough in life and you just like, what, I really don't, those things aren't important anymore. A lot of white people are like that. They're like, we can have diversity and things of that nature now, but they had a long time of dominance. And most African countries have gotten their independence in the 60s, and South Africans have complained about other people enjoying their country but not them. They've complained about that with foreigners, Nigerians, Zimbabweans, other people coming and joining South Africa. It's apparent that the whites that have been there haven't been enjoying South Africa for the most part. And so you have a majority where you may not like the ANC or their leaders, but you could have went another direction with a indigenous South African, but they chose not to. So this comment right here, let me read this first comment. She said, "Why South Africa? You can't see them folks. Don't give a damn about you." Somebody said they too busy fighting for Palestine and hating on FBAs. Um, let's see. Trying to find a South African comment because they was caping. Somebody said my people are so stupid. Let's see. He said I voted for EF. He said I voted for EFF. I thought people were doing the same, but no, they want a white president. I feel betrayed and stupid. So they don't have a white president. You know, the DA decided to their alliance with the ANC. The current president wanted to remain president. So the reason why the ANC didn't align with the other parties because the other parties didn't want him to be president anymore. So he decided to look upon keeping his position in exchange for making deals with, um, what I deem as clearly, a white supremacist led party. So he made a deal to keep power. So that's the history of Africa, right? Travel that you got these leaders. They all are about having power, and they sell out their own people for power. That has before and presently hinders the advancement of Africa. Let's see. He says, so strange they complain about other Africans going to SA, but why not the white illegal immigrant? That's true. He says, so sad are us blacks ever going to break out the mental chains of slavery? This is crazy. It's crazy. And hey, I wish I had this one comment ready because a lot of South Africans was really they are defending supporting the DA. They are suspended. He said, I'll never cape. He said, I'll never cape for South Africa again. They openly displayed cowardice and clearly preferred to be the underclass in their own country. And then I guess the South African said, we don't care. He said, are they not underclass? Does not Cape Wealthy still keep their wealth? So if you have time, you can check out this stream and read some of the comments, but I was just kind of appalled at a lot of things I see. This is the last one I'll read. Africa is not standing up. West African, he said, Africa is not standing up. West African for themselves. Then come to America calling America Takata and slave. FBA fought for our rights for everyone. This is discussing that to hear Malema didn't win. So, but a lot of people, a lot of Black Americans are very, very disappointed because we wish we had the majority demographic like South Africa, most diasporan countries. But I just wanted to share that aspect, man. And then this is the last thing I'll share when it comes to that, and then I'll read some comments before we segue into the travel tourism aspect. So, are you still in South Africa, brother?
Yeah, I'm still over here, and I'm looking at the comments that you're saying too on my other device. So, I'm following along. I just needed the screen a bit closer.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna play this clip real quick, talking about the agreement.
There are 3 simple changes I tell all of my arthritis patients to make. Number 1,
you
have to start drinking.
Right.
It is my privilege to report to you that after 2 weeks of thorough negotiations that only concluded after today's sitting of Parliament had already started, the DA has reached agreement on the statement of intent for the formation of a government of national unity. The government of national unity's presidential candidate will come from the largest party inside the grouping, being President Cyril Ramaphosa. Following his election today, President Ramaphosa will then exercise his prerogative to appoint his new cabinet from among the members of the Government of National Unity in consultation with the leaders of the constituent parties.
All right. So in a nutshell, so imagine, so you know how we had the Tea Party in the U.S., right? Which was, let's say an extreme party. And so imagine if the Democrats made a deal with the Tea Party, which means that, when it comes to appointed positions, the president would have to agree to appoint some of the Tea Party members to, maybe his cabinet or to lead certain departments. And so, those things have a lot of weight, people that lead departments, decision makers, things of that nature. So, so what ANC did, and really the South African voters did, they have heavily empowered a party from a people that, pretty much enslaved them in their own country during the apartheid. So, we're scratching our heads trying to figure it out. But like somebody mentioned to me, they said, well, the people in the U.S. that represent the Democratic Party, they're experiencing Stockholm syndrome as well. They are still voting for a Democratic Party that's not doing anything. And even if somebody seems like a better candidate, well, that could produce better results. They are still riding high for their, for the Democrats. So, it's the same over here when it comes to certain things, but that's a whole nother discussion. Let me catch up on some of the comments real quick. Shout out to HB Going Global. He said, "What up, man?" He said, "This dude is wild." Let's see. You can see how off code they are. Yep, they are off code. Austin AK said, "Is DA, PA, IFP, PAC, VFP is Government of National Unity. Yep, it's multiple parties." Yeah, I think we need to have that in the U.S., but I think I have to visit SA at least once. Yeah, I definitely encourage him visiting. He said African diaspora always gets it wrong when it comes to SA. Y'all better get used to EFF is not the ish in Africa. In fact, EFF and DA did not grow. Okay, maybe some South Africans can come up too. I'll drop the link in a minute. We still haven't had a black president. Obama was a plant. Yeah. He's a tether. If he still wasn't able to do what he really wanted to do, yeah, they do. They refuse to have an FBA as president. You right. You're right, man. He said y'all want to go on political things. You do not fully understand. It's pointless. Even most of the comments are from non-South Africans. I'll highlight some of the
Hey, you
comments.
must well add them up in here, man.
I know, right? Let me see, but I'll drop the link in a minute, man. So Travel Tribe, and I'm gonna catch up on some of the comments as me and him talk. So shout out to Travel Tribe Raw. A moderator, please drop the channel link in the chat as well. So the brother has been traveling different countries in Africa. I've had him on the channel before. He dropped a lot of videos in South Africa. Some people got triggered by some of the comments or some of the content. So just kind of give us an idea of what you thought before visiting South Africa versus what you kind of seen like currently.
Yeah. So basically, to be honest, I thought South Africa was going to be just like America. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what I thought. And I was pretty much right about that. South Africa is pretty much the exact same. There's really not much differences, but what I have noticed is the whole country's not exactly built up. Like you'll come to Johannesburg and you'll drive like just a bit on the outskirts and you'll notice like there's really nothing, like outside of like Johannesburg, like surrounding, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you have like small little homes and stuff, but it's not like, all the way built up like America's completely almost 100%. I'm from Cali, so it's like completely built up there. Another thing, too, is I knew it was going to be some type of feminism movement, but I didn't know they was going to have child support and alimony here. That's another thing that kind of shocked me. Before coming, I definitely thought, I said, okay, they're going to have some type of stuff, but I didn't know child support and alimony was going to be here. they do it a bit differently, but you know, that was something I noticed as well. And yeah, man, that's really, you know, it's really just like America. But I think for a lot of us diasporans and a lot of people that's not really trying to be around Americanized culture, you might not want to exactly come out to South Africa. And you told me about it too. And I said, I got to check it out myself. But now that I've been here, I'm like, damn, like, I low-key wasted a ticket. I could have just went back to America and got the same itch. The food got chemicals. I did think before coming to South Africa, I said the food's not gonna have so many chemicals, you know. But then I came here and I realized, no, a lot of food got a lot of chemicals. Surprisingly, like hella preservatives and all types of stuff inside of food. You know, coming from East Africa, you don't really see that like that. So I was surprised, you know, to see that that's something that's there. So, you know, that's what it is.
Okay, I'm trying to remember some of the titles that got people kind of like triggered and say I'm looking at some of the video, but so just so like my African audience know, like Black Americans, we're very vocal about a lot of things. We are hard. We are hard on each other. Like we roast each other, we criticize each other, and a lot of times it's painful, but it does make us better. Like we push each other, and so so any criticism, commentary that comes from Black Americans, like it's still out of love. You know what I mean? And we need that. We was raised by that. Our parents fussed at us, hard on us. It made me a better person, even though I hated being fussed at. You know, my friends, they'll check me on some things. They'll give me harsh criticism, pushback. You know, they'll say things that make me want to fight. But at the end of the day, I know that they're doing that because
right.
You know, they're doing it. They're still doing it out of love. You know, for the most part, not hate. You know, so. Now I got another guy that's supposed to come because that got like robbed and jumped. So we're going to talk about the crime aspect, right? And then I'm going to share something too that a lot of people are going to be kind of like queasy about, but I got to mention it. But when it comes to crime, so YouTubers like Passport Heavy, a couple years ago got. Had a home invasion in Johannesburg. I had a guy, 2 years ago, he went to Johannesburg for the first time, went out, he was in a sketchy neighborhood, but he got robbed at gunpoint, for his phone and things of that nature. Even the infamous Peso Man, he got jumped being in Johannesburg as well. And high crime. There's a lot of elements of crime. Fortunately, I never experienced anything. But have you seen anything or felt like, your spidey senses is like, yeah, this shit go down in this country or this city? Have you noticed or felt that?
Right. You know what? From the movies I've seen and the shows on Netflix that show like South Africa, like they had this one show called Kings of Joburg. So I thought when coming here, I said, damn, like if the crime is like that, this shit might be like, a real movie, but as I've been out here, I ain't really seen no crime like that, Now my homie, he took me to pretty for a minute. That's the only reason I was cool with going with him. You know what I'm saying? We had linked up before, so I was like, let me see what's up. So he took me to the hood and stuff. And he was like, bro, like this area, grew up over here. It's called Hillbrow. And that place is like Skid Row, like American Skid Row, bro. Man, I felt so bad because I saw so many kids walking around in the neighborhood. And, it was just unfortunate to see that, man, because, you don't want to see these kids that's coming out of school. They got to walk, in a place that looked like Skid Row. You feel me? So that was unfortunate. But, yeah, I ain't really seen too much crime, man. I ain't seen too much crime out here, man. Like, I don't know if it's like, because I try to stay out of certain areas, so I would be curious to know too where Passport Heavy got a home invasion, because that's crazy. Like, you know, I'm surprised because I'm sure he not broke. You know, he making good money, so I'm sure he not living in the hood. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
right, right.
So I would be curious to know which area did he get that, because that's wild. I didn't know people was getting their homes broken into in good neighborhoods. I didn't know that was possible out here. That don't sound right.
Yeah,
But
he
that's
thought it
how I
was
look at the
probably
crime out
set
here.
up.
It ain't too bad, you know.
Okay, okay.
Maybe like because I how you can get robbed out here. Like, you know, excuse me, I know how you can get robbed, but I don't know how you can get a home invasion. Home invasion, robbery, two different things. So I don't know how you can get a home invasion out here. Like, it's not easy to have somebody break into your. Look what somebody said. Passport heavy got follow. Buck Travel says passport heavy got follow from the airport. There's my answer. Okay, so that makes sense. But I'm thinking like somebody just walk on the street, just said, "I'm bored today. Let me go and rob somebody, break into their house." You know, that just sounded, you know, wild. But
Now,
okay,
maybe you can answer this
thanks for
question.
clarifying that for me.
Maybe you could. I mean, Lowly said, which black country is better
Mhm.
than South Africa? I mean, my opinion is there's no African country that checks all the boxes. You know what I mean? So Namibia might be better. You know, from feedback of Namibia might be better. Um, what another country lacks, South Africa may have, and what South Africa lacks, another African country may have. So it's kind of hard to answer that question. But what would you say to that question?
Um, you know what? I think black people and African people just ain't organized like I would like them to be. So to be honest, I don't think there's any real country that's like perfect, you know, or that's really good for black people per se. You know, it's just like I need more organization, I need more structure. You know, that's kind of how I'm looking at things, you know. Um, but yeah, that's where I'm at with that question.
Okay, so Lowly said there are way more East Africans in SA and barely South African in East Africa. Okay, yeah, we can say the same thing for Americans, right? We don't need to leave our country for the most part. South Africans don't need to leave their country for the most part. Okay, fine, you know, but I'm speaking as an American. So you know, we want to if we relocate, we want a step up when it comes to, you know, leaving America. You don't leave a country to be in a worse or a similar situation. You move to another country to get the things that you're not getting from your home country. So wherever we travel to, we're still American, and we can still benefit from the things that we're looking for in that prospective country. So um, just so my point is, just because other groups of people that are, you know, that are not as privileged as Americans coming to SA, Americans are not. We're not running to S. We're not even running to Africa. I mean, I'm just one of the few people that, you know, love and embrace African culture, but I'm in a small minority. I'm in a very small minority. So
Right. There's not that many black people. Yeah, moving to Africa. You're right about that.
yeah, so I mean, we could all pump our chests and toot our horn, but guess what? South Africans are in the United States. They have enough people where they have their own events, South African events in the United States. So they're coming here, and they said that, and they're running from South Africa for a lot of reasons. You know,
Right.
let's
Hey,
see,
brother,
let's see.
tell me, is my audio and visual quality, is it good?
I mean, your audio is okay. I mean, you're a little grainy on as far as the visual side. It's a little grainy.
All right, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, and let me try to fix this up real quick. 1 second.
All right, all right, cool. And like I said, I have a lot of love for South Africa, but you know, people call out our flaws in the United States and the Black community, and you know, I'm gonna call out flaws that I see in other countries as well. Everything is about education. Um, as we shift away from Pan-Africanism, it's still important to learn about other cultures because we're becoming more globalized. So it's important to learn more things. And what I'm trying to tell people is say, hey, South Africa is not as cracked up as it seems to be. There are some positives, which I would list the positives, but there are some negatives that are deal breakers. So let me get into this before I drop the link. Now,
Hey, can I ask, bro? Hey, is my audio and visual, is it better now?
your visual is way better. Is
Okay.
way better.
Yeah, I had to
It's
use
clear,
my
it's clear.
5G, man. I was using this MTN Wi-Fi they got here. So okay, all right, cool.
All right, so
And
this vocal.
real quick, I just want to say
Okay,
too on his comment. There's a lot of East Africans moving to South Africa because there's way more opportunity in South Africa. It's like a lot of people from all over the world, they go to America because America has opportunity. But then again, when it comes to just the environment, sometimes you don't want that environment. Like American environment, the mentality of a lot of people very unhealthy, but there is opportunity. So that's why a lot of East Africans, they might be moving to South Africa, So I just wanted to answer that comment too.
Yeah, I mean, it's better opportunities. I mean, East Africans are in the United States. The highest numbers of, for example, Ethiopians. The highest number of Ethiopians outside of Ethiopia are in the United States. So yeah, East Africans would go to somewhere where they feel like they could prosper and thrive. But yeah, if you feel like if there's any misinformation, I did drop the link. If you want to come up, or anybody want to come up to clarify or add context, you're more than welcome to come up. Chisholm said Botswana is better than SA. Let's see. Most South Africans are SA. Most South African you would know it. Are white. There are more Black Americans in SA than us, and that's a lie.
Yeah,
That's a lie.
hey man, that's cap, brother. Hey, come on, let's not start saying shit just because it sound good. Like, come on, bro. Like, I get you trying to defend your country, but hey, man, South Africa ain't a horrible country. Let's just be real. It's just to me, it's the mindset. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really got to the politics shit out here, but I'm just looking at the mindset. The child support alimony. You know what I'm saying? The wanting to be like Americanized and mentality. That's how I'm out here viewing it. So, but yeah, there's definitely way more South Africans in America, brother. That's crazy. Like, that was a crazy comment. You can't say that, man. Yeah. Don't just start saying stuff now, because some of the stuff was making sense, but that's wild.
Yeah, and we and there's data on that. Like, there's Black South Africans on the East Coast, in Dallas, Texas, and New York. Like I said, I went to Cali. You know what I mean? They're going to our historically Black colleges. So they're here. You know what I mean? It might be more white South Africans, but there's more Black South Africans in America than there are Black Americans than there are Black Americans in South Africa that's living, that's relocated. I got another guest on the panel. Shout out to the Peso Man. I think he's still in South Africa as well. I'm trying to think. It was one more thing I wanted to say. I think I had a brand. So before I let Peso Man speak, I want to bring this. I'm gonna bring this up now. Statistically, before I went to Africa, right? What the biggest fear on Africa, people was talking about like HIV. It's like, man, this and that. I'm just like, people go to Brazil. Brazil was known for that. So I always looked at it as people trying to make a smear campaign for Africa. And I'm just like, I'm not going to buy into the agenda to discourage people from visiting Africa. And but however, when I went to Africa, I took my precautions. I talked to my physician. They prescribed stuff. They gave me, they pretty much like made sure I was, bulletproof, going to Africa. And to make a long story short, I talked to a couple of travelers to South Africa, and they said that they it's common to do like rapid HIV tests, when like hooking up with somebody. You don't see it in the United States, but people do rapid HIV tests, before hooking up a lot of times in Africa. It's kind of like, I don't want to say it's normal, but it's not nothing that's uncomfortable. And
Right.
there's been a couple of instances where guys have said that women that they rapid tested was positive, and they was like, "Whoa!"
Hmm.
And this is in South Africa. And then I started to look at the data, the data. There's a world data statistics, and it made sense that South Africa, Eswatini, Lesotho, pretty all those Southern African regions have the highest HIV populations in Africa in the world. And the fact that guys met quote unquote regular women off Tinder or dating sites, and they did a rapid HIV test, and at least two people have said that they seen a chick with her results came positive. Whether the chicks knew or not, that's another conversation. But just the fact that was your reality on vacation, it says, whoa, it's real. So, not to say that that can't happen anywhere else in the world, but the fact that it is, when you hear about something in your peer group, in your peer circle, it hits closer to home than me hearing it from a stranger that I don't know. You know. But before we go any further, man, I want to get Peso, man. What's good? Can you hear? We can't hear you if you're speaking.
Yeah, what's up? I can
Oh,
hear you.
what's
What's up, man?
good, good, man. How are you, man? Whatever you want to, if you want to comment or respond to anything that's been said so far, man. But we're talking about the good, bad, and the ugly. I know that you had mentioned on your channels about as far as being robbed or jumped, altercations. So I want you to just get a real about your experience and in South Africa, man, and then we'll just kind of bounce off that.
Yeah, what's up? Shout out to Buck Travel. What's up, Buck Travel? I see you. See you always. You are a loyal travel content watcher. But what can I say, man? I mean, Africa in general, man. We just got to be honest about Africa. Africa is not as African Americans, we have a different perspective on how when we come to Africa, how Africa is. And when we get here, it's not necessarily what we thought it would be. I'm more disappointed in the mentality overall. And let me say this: there are great people on the continent. There are great people, and of course, there's bad people as well. And however, unfortunately, uh, I've I never was. I'm not gonna say I was a Pan Africanist,
Mm.
but I'm gonna say I wasn't. I wasn't anti Pan Africanist, but now I am. I'm an anti. I call it
Mm.
anti. That's what I am now. Since I've been in Africa, I am an anti Pan Africanist, and I feel that every person in the West, every black person in the West that has African ancestry should visit Africa, most definitely. And not only visit Africa, but visit at least 2 or 3 countries, but not only visit, but stay for an extended period of time. I'm not talking about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a few months, stay your entire visa, stay your entire visa, 90 days, no, 120 days, how long your visa, stay the entirety of the visa at least, so that you can get a feel, and don't hang out in the so-called tourist areas. Talk to the people, build relationships with people. I'm just gonna be honest with you, brother. I mean, um, Africa is no different than the DR. It's none of all these third world countries. And matter of fact, I say all the third world countries. Um, when you're traveling, you are nothing but I'm not gonna say necessarily a walking ATM, but you're a person that um is ripe for exploitation,
Mm.
you know, ripe for exploitation. You're gonna see so many games, so many finesse moves, so many this and that, and it's just people. That's how people are in these countries. They are trying to survive. They're in survival mode, and you're
Right.
walking into a especially if you're not in if you're hanging outside the tourist traps. Unfortunately, you're gonna be walking into a bunch of traps and stuff like that. It's better if you are traveling to stay, if you're just traveling, it's better to stay in the tourist areas so that you can get the quote unquote, I'm gonna call it the matrix experience, the travel matrix experience, meaning that these people gonna kiss your ass, they're gonna make you feel like you're special, and so forth and so on, which is good. So that when you leave the country, you will have a quote unquote um great experience. You can have this great experience. You can have this, you can say, oh, the country was great, this or that, yada yada yada. You can have this great experience. So but as far as traveling, and like I said, I've been to several different countries, and it's just the mentality, brothers, man. It's just the mentality. These people, for example, in South Africa, and I feel sorry for black people here. We try to run from these countries thinking that, the white, I'm gonna tell you what I've realized since I've been traveling for 4 years. I've been on vacation for 4 years, and my time, hopefully, I don't know if it's up or not, but I've been traveling for 4 years. I've been on vacation for 4 freaking years. Nobody can say that
Mm.
in the travel game. But um, what I've learned about the one thing that I've learned about traveling, and I've done most of it in Africa these past 4 years, is that the black man is worse than the white man.
Mm.
I've learned, the black man is worse than the white man.
That's
That's one
deep.
thing that I can take. That's one thing that I can take home. I can definitively take home. I mean, it's there's a lot of lessons that can be learned, but that's one of the lessons I've learned is that the black man is worse than the white man.
And what?
And
And
also,
can you give an example of that?
yeah, I mean, we can just look at South Africa. These people, they can't even the black man can't even pick up trash. They can't even offer basic services. They can't supply running water. They can't supply electricity, constant electricity. They can't provide the simple maintenance of infrastructure. The reason why South Africa looks so nicer, for example, you've been to South Africa, you've been to a lot of these other countries, you've been to Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, so forth. It's night and day with the infrastructure, night and day. But you got to ask yourself, why is the infrastructure night and day? It's because the white people came over here and they colonized South Africa, which in turns they brought their infrastructure in. They brought their organization in. They brought their way of doing things. White people, white people are way more organized than us, man. It's we have to admit the truth now. The truth has to be admitted. It sucks to admit it. That's just like admitting that your daughter is a slut, that your son is a loser, that your favorite team they always coming in last place. I mean, we just have to admit the truth.
So do you
If we-
so you don't blame them, you don't blame South Africans for supporting the majority white party in South Africa?
No, no, they should. Matter of fact, they should. They not. They haven't. The DA I think got 20% of the vote. The ANC still got like 40%. You know, These people, one thing I've noticed too, these people are very corrupt.
Mm.
They're not thinkers. They're not critical thinkers whatsoever. And when I'm speaking about Africans, I'm speaking about the males, because
Okay.
males run society. Let's just be all males in all societies. I mean, all societies are ran by males. I don't care if you living in India, you living in China, you're living in Pakistan, you're living in Australia, wherever. Men run the society. So when I'm speaking about leadership and stuff like that, I'm speaking specifically about males. Because we as males, we run the communities, the society, etc. I mean, very very highly corrupt, highly corrupt. Poor can't think about it for a second. All African countries, they won't tell you this. The majority of the African countries, unemployment is anywhere between 40 and 60%, maybe even 70%. All African countries, between 40 and 70% unemployment. The
Mm.
reason why a lot of countries, like for example, you've been to Uganda. I don't know
Mhm.
how long you stayed there, but I can give you a quick synopsis. I mean, you walked around, so you can pretty much analyze. If you haven't noticed, everybody has a job. I mean, everybody has their own little business or something. They're selling fruit, vegetables, or something, because they have to create jobs because there's no jobs available.
Mhm.
But then you look at something like somebody like South Africa. South Africa, you get a little bit of third world. You get a sprinkle of third world and first world. More first world than third world. So here they're like kind of like the US. You just can't in the US, you just can't go out and create your own job. You just can't you can't in America, you just can't go buy some fruit and go sit on the corner and sell it. They'll arrest your ass. You just can't create a job out of thin air like in these African countries. And the reason why these people have to create their own jobs out of thin air is because there's no job opportunities. And I got footage. I got so much footage, and I'm gonna when one of my channels come back, I'm gonna start uploading a lot of this stuff. I've videotaped footage in these African countries where the authorities will ransack and destroy these people businesses. They out on the street trying to sell, trying to survive, and they just come by and just ransack their stuff. Like you're not allowed to be here. You can't earn money. So what do they do? What do these people do? The I'm telling you, the African is a very, very, very bad person. The African male, I'm telling you, he's brutal.
It's funny
He,
that you mentioned that. Not to cut you off, but it's funny that you mentioned that because in a lot of conversations I've had with brothers about Africa, a lot of them look at African women as women that they can pair bond with, uh, But to your point, the blame has to be placed on the men, when it comes to a lot of things. Let me get Travel Tribe Raw again. I want to get your feedback on dating and relationships. So I know you had mentioned about interacting with a white South African woman, um, and then your initial interactions with South African women. Some of anything like pissed you off or things you've seen that's different from your travels in East Africa. Just kind of give us like some things that kind of stood out, and just kind of give us some commentary on interactions with dating or with women in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, just briefly, I ain't really dated out here like that just yet. I just been around shorties. I got my podcast and all that. So, like when I be putting these girls on a podcast, just the stuff they be saying is so similar to, American chicks. That's my biggest issue. American mindseted people, like, golly, like if it ain't, I like people that's strong in their masculinity and, people that's strong in their femininity. Like, I very simple life, straightforward, but man, these chicks, man, Guys, they just like American girls over here, man. Like, but just like America, the white girls, they nice. And man, I'll tell you, I had a white South African girl. I ain't even told this on my channel yet, but the white South African girl, she talking about, hey, I just want you to know, right in front of all these African ladies that I had, same day. She said, I just want you to know I can be whatever you need me to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you need massages, because I see you out here working, because even when I take the ladies out, I'm in the other room working. And they like, I see you working and all this stuff. Like, I can give you a massage. I can clean your place while you're working. I can. She even tried to put me onto her business, the stuff she doing. I said, what, like, is it a good investment for me? She said, no, I would suggest. I said, okay, walk me through the stuff. She said, can I come over? I'm like, damn, like, she throwing herself there. She making herself known. Just like the white girls in America. They always put in the best foot forward. And you run into the black girls, and the black girls, a lot of times I'm not impressed. There has been a few South African black women that I said, you know what? These chicks have potential to be great. But you know what I've realized too? This social media stuff, mind control, like, woo. And it's mainly, I've realized all the countries with melanated people, all of them look at Black American as like the number one melanated, people to copycat. They can't have their own dominant, form of like, kings and queens. They look at American people. Oh, Lil Wayne. Oh, that's the king, bro. Nicki Minaj. That's the queen, bro. Like, that's what the girls talking about. It's like all these melanated countries. I realize as long as they got melanation, man, they definitely looking up to, the ones they're not supposed to be looking up to. So that definitely damages a lot of these shorties out here, and sometimes even the brothers, man. So that's what I'll say when it comes down to that. It's unfortunate, but that's just what I seen. Very similar to America. Y'all, I'm telling y'all dudes, man, y'all don't really got to come to South Africa. Look, your good old brother Travis. If you in America right now, just stay there. You're gonna get the same kind of thing, preservatives in your food, all these stuff is, and ladies kind of, just not even real feminine, whoop-de-whoop. So yeah, might as well save your plane ticket, man. If you want to come try it out, I suggest just to try it out. If you want to really just see something,
yeah, go ahead.
World kind of new, but that's where it's at with that.
Oh, go ahead.
If I can say something, it goes back to the Pan-Africanism movement and stuff like that. A lot of these travel vloggers, they show you the good, and let me say this. If you want to come to these countries, I think every country has great points. I don't care how bad the country you think the country is. All countries have great points. I'll be going to Sudan in a few months, hopefully.
Which Sudan? South Sudan or Sudan?
Yeah, South Sudan.
Okay.
I'll be going to South Sudan in several months, hopefully. We're gonna see how the funds are. But I have a business that I'm starting in Uganda when I get back there. I have a business, and I'm hopefully this business takes off, and I'm able to continue to travel. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. It's very difficult to do business in these countries too, believe it or not. For whatever reason, um, shipping, transportation, um, corruption, the whole 9 yards. But um, I think what people have to realize is that, you know, because a lot of these guys, they want to, let's just be honest, a lot of these guys ain't traveling for no relationships. However, we're gonna talk about the relationships. There's nice women in every country. There's good girls and there's bad girls. There's gonna there's gonna be great people that have your back, and then there's not gonna be so great people. So women are women the same all over the world. They're the same. You're gonna find good ones, you're gonna find bad ones. Um, because of social media, of course, yeah, a lot of the girls are gonna, they're gonna have similar, you know, I'm gonna say not personalities, but similar views about whatever, dating or whatever else. But if you're if you're just looking for all you need is one person. If you're
Right.
just looking for a relationship, all you need is one person. You don't need you don't need 50, 60 women. You only need one person. So all you need to be right is once. And if you're talking about dating and stuff like that, but we know most of these guys that listen to these travel channels aren't on that type of time. So let's just keep it 100. So you're gonna run into, if you're out here dating, you know, all these girls, you're gonna run into this. In other words, you are gonna run into the same problems that you have in the US. The same problems. Matter of fact, they're probably gonna be even more, they're gonna be worse because
You ain't lying.
you're in a foreign country, so the laws are not against you. I mean, the laws can be against you. Um, you don't, I think this is one of the biggest things that that they don't understand when it comes to quote unquote dating and hanging out, stuff like that. These people have cultures. They have cultures. They have a different, it's a different world. When you go to another country, it's like you going from Mars to Saturn, Mars to Venus, Mars to Jupiter. You're in a whole different world. Yes, it's the same, it's a planet, it's in the solar system, blah, blah, blah. But it's just a different planet. You're on a different planet. You know, um, even when you go to these countries, I can only imagine if you go to a country where you don't speak the language, like if you only speak English and you go to a Spanish speaking country and you don't know the language. But even when you go to these countries, for example, these African countries that speak the official language is English.
Mhm.
These people still speak English, and they also speak their native tribal language. And a lot of times they're more versed in their tribal language, so they don't even understand your accent. They don't
Right.
understand the words you use. So it's not a total language barrier, but there's still sometimes there can be somewhat of a barrier, a language barrier. So you
Let
have to
me
worry about that.
let,
I
let
mean,
me get
it's so many things.
let me get Lozy in real quick.
Hey, brother. Hey, appreciate you. Appreciate you
Okay.
having me on, man. Hey, I'm about to dip, get some work done. Appreciate y'all having me on, though. You know what I'm
Uh,
saying?
all right. Shout out to Travel Trial Raw, man. Drop the link, moderators, in the chat again, man. Appreciate you coming up.
Appreciate it. All
All
right.
right. All right. So before I get Lozy to speak, man, I did want to chime in about what I've seen in South Africa in the last 3 years with like diet. Um, when I first went, I was blown away by the beauty, by the bodies, and when I came back 3 years later, I seen way more, women overweight. I seen way more fast food options, way more, women declining home cooked meals. Everything is restaurant, 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 fast food, processed food, and a lot of us are wanting to get away from that as well. So, that's one of many things that that kind of turned me off as far as wanting to live and relocate. But visiting, I still want to visit and enjoy visiting. But I've just seen more fit, healthier eating cultures in Africa, like in Tanzania, for example. But I digress. I'm gonna let Lothy speak, representing South Africa.
Yeah, no, brother, man, I've been wanting to speak with you for like a while. I hope you can get my accent because just like the brother said earlier on, sometimes we're not clear with our words, so that sometimes you might not understand what we're saying. I hope you can just be patient and bear with me.
Okay.
Look, I think you've got the best interest, and at heart you got the good interest for South Africa. I mean, I've followed your content for the longest time. I think sometimes you see me in the chat putting out comments, but the problem is on the chat is like I'm given like a very few words to break down everything, so I have to be quick and direct with what I say. Right? It might sound like I'm rude or I'm being defensive or offensive, but I just want to unpack few things because obviously South Africa, you've been here, but you might miss certain things because I live here and things are always in the details. So I'm trying to bring in another perspective that you might have missed.
Mhm.
Most Black South Africans did not vote for DA. DA has consistently maintained that position. I think it's probably for 20 years or 15 years. Austin on the chat is the South African brother. I know he does a lot of research. He can also correct me on the chat. So
Okay.
they probably in that position for more than 20 years. They started probably at 10% and at some point grew to more than 20%. They're approaching 30% now, obviously. And I'll try to break it down. But before I go ahead, as you said, you were correct. There's no independent country in Africa. All African countries are controlled by the foreign forces, mostly being the Western hegemon. So that's just a fact. But the level of control that the Western countries have on Africa, it's not the same. Some countries have done some ground break in terms of trying to be independent and get the Western out of control. But there's no there is no country in Africa that is entirely free of the Western hegemon. But let me come back to South Africa. When it comes to the votes, currently we had our former president, who was the president before Ramaphosa, Zuma. He joined this MK party, which was created under. They took advantage of our black military that was formed during apartheid, which is called Wemkondo Wesizwe, MK. So there's tensions between ANC and MK, and they divided, they split. So the MK that used to be the veterans and the military, they became a political party. Now that alone stirred many black people to go for them because they have got so many, they have fan base. So ANC was always ANC and MK. It was never ANC alone. So they took a good number of black votes. And when you add Zuma on top of that, Zuma was an intelligence of MK during apartheid. Austin can always correct me on the chat. So that gave MK more than the 14% you see of MK comes mostly from ANC, probably EFF and other small parties. With DA, you do have smart blacks who will vote for DA as well, and that is deemed to happen. You know, it's inevitable. There will be few black people who will buy into the propaganda, who will sell out. You get my point. So DA does have like that black population that votes for them, but it's not a lot. Most of DA.
Real quick, but the percentage of whites in South Africa is well below 10%, I believe.
Yeah, but I want to break it down to you. So remember, it's not only white people who vote for DA. We have got coloreds who are very loyal to DA. The coloreds are like the generation of mixed racial people, and even biracial people. They tend to vote for DA more than black parties. You also got the Indians who are probably 2.4 million. That's a good number. The coloreds are as well. The coloreds as well. They are above 3 million. So you're looking at roughly close to 6 million or 5 million giving votes to DA. The whites in South Africa are said to be 7 million or 5 million between the lines. But you're probably looking at 10 million, 11 million population that can vote for DA. And you also can add a good number of black people who could be voting for DA, which could be more than 5 million or close to 8 million. I don't know the actual figures. But if you look at the voting results in South Africa, you do see that most black people voted for black political parties, probably by 70%. But then you have to look at South Africa has got this problem of having many political parties, whereas in America, you've got major two parties, which is the Democrats and the Republicans. In South Africa, you have got these many political parties that emerge every year, and they keep on dividing the black votes. And that's what happened. Now, I don't agree with the decision of ANC partnering with DA. I don't know where that comes from and why they did that. But I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. The most black people in Africa, these political, the leaders are sellouts. And let me be clear on one thing. The diaspora or black people outside South Africa are sold on this kumbaya idea of Malema. Malema is a Western puppet. And I'll break it down to you and you will understand. Malema is not a Pan-African whore that Malema cares about any black person outside South Africa. Malema is a capitalist, just like DA. They are funded by same organizations. They are working to achieve same goal. Malema is approach with Pan-African. He hijacked the whole movement. He doesn't care about the stability of Africa or any of these African nations. He might care if he's going to benefit, but he knows that war is not going to win in his lifetime. What Malema does is that he's fighting for capitalism in South Africa to exploit cheap labor. He's for the capitalism because Malema lives in the whitest neighborhoods you can think of. Malema drives the most expensive cars. He dresses like the Western, the likes of the Gucci's, the Louis Vuitton. Malema, he's a modern politician who's all in the stuff in the politics of the stomach. If Malema doesn't speak of the ills that African leaders are doing, when African leaders are treating their people bad, not providing services, not kicking the Western powers out and take total control, he's very, very choosy. He doesn't actually speak a lot about it. He actually wants illegal migrants in South Africa, just like DA. Remember, DA is the biggest supporter of this. ANC too, as well, is the biggest supporter of this, which has been in power for 30 years. Malema comes in, he joins as well. And these are three biggest political parties in South Africa. Do you think it's an accident that all of them, they are for the migrants? No, they understand that with the new South Africa, post-1994, they couldn't exploit the black South Africans anymore to an extent, not the Indians and the colored. Now they have to uphold the system as it is, but replace the slaves with the new slaves. Then Malema is advocating for that. And you have to see it in that perspective. Because this open society, this open border, it's not, the open border is not a pan-African philosophy. It's not even Africans are conservative. Ask any African in every country. They don't think of opening the continent. And even if beyond that, you look at the global South countries, I'm talking Russia, Africa, India, China. These countries are not for open borders. They are very, very homogeneous nations for most part. The open border policy is the Western ideology because it's built on the fundamentals of capitalism. You look at all Western countries, the big powerhouses, USA, UK, Canada, Australia, the likes of Germany, they all support the open border ideas because the capitalism cannot thrive where there's no exploitation and desperation. So the Western countries have lifted their people out of poverty. They have educated their people in masses. Those people can no longer do the cheap labor. They cannot work in the manual labors where they are exploited. So they need to bring in more new slaves to serve you guys. That's the same system in South Africa currently. What is happening now is that ANC has made some strikes, which it's stupid of ANC because ANC has to maneuver between the two worlds, which is the Western dominating world that dominates our economy. They have to balance that side because if they do the extreme movement, if they become the far extreme, our economy will collapse currently. So they made deals with the BRICS nations. They are moving slowly to the global south. While they're busy doing that, which is good on geopolitics, they are losing the battle domestically. DA is gaining more sanctions. They are being more funded by the West, and they strategically doing so because the West has to upload DA in position of power for their benefit. Through DA, the West knows they can continue to control Africa. The white people in South Africa are as like a satellite states like Israel. They were not, it's not an accident that they are here. And it's not an accident that the empire installed them here and wanted them to be here. They upholding the Western interest. So with the new domination of China, Russia coming in, installing new security in Africa, installing in new infrastructure, new systems, this is a challenge of the West. And the West cannot stand without milking Africa. They don't believe that. Even if I believe they can still stand, they don't see that because for the past 3 centuries, they've been benefiting through Africa. They cannot imagine a world where they don't control the continent. So they have to do whatever it takes to make sure that they pump funds in the white communities in South Africa. With that being said, what you see with the funds that are coming to DA, that's why Cape Town is one of the nicest city in South Africa. In fact, in Africa, it's well built. It's well run. And allow me to make this point, brother. It will come in. The aim is to make ANC or any black political party look bad, so that they can lose votes. You get my point? And ANC hasn't been smart with being honest and using maybe media to push the narrative to the black votes. They ignored that part. And DA, rightfully so, they've gained a quite number of black votes as well. I'm just trying to break it down so that you can see where we are. So there is a black population that has seen the municipalities that are run by DA thriving. And it's not because white people can build or can they run things. It's just because the current global system through finances, or any system you can think of production. They control it. They even control the means of production in South
Let me
Africa.
say
Or the
this.
entire continent.
Hey, let me say this. You know what? You know, it's funny how, in no disrespect, first of all, let me ask you, what city are you live in? What city you live in?
I'm living in Johannesburg.
Okay, you in Joburg. Okay. Well, you can most definitely relate then. Let me say this, you know, um, I try to be as real, I say real, but I mean honest as possible. And I am most definitely pro-black. I am a black person. I'm a black man. I'm not an Uncle Tom. I'm not this, I'm not that. I'm a black man. But we have to be honest with ourselves. We have to really be honest with ourselves. And brother, you know, no disrespect to you, but your African brothers cannot run anything. They just can't. It's not about. Let me say this. It's not about about white global power and all this other stuff. Let me give you an example. You live in Joburg. Now, what tribe are you, if you don't mind me asking? What are you, Zulu, Swana, Pedi, Kosa? What are you? What tribe are you?
I'm Belly from Limpopo. Belly from Limpopo.
You're from Limpopo, so you're probably
Yeah,
Pedi or Venda. What are you, Venda? Venda
He
or
said
No,
Venda?
petty.
I'm Belly.
Okay, you're petty. Okay, you're petty. Okay, you're petty. All right. Um, Now Johannesburg, what is? Let me ask you a question. What is Johannesburg? I mean, sorry. What is South Africa known for? You lived there. You was born and lived in South Africa. What is South Africa known for?
Globally, like in globally.
No. I'm sorry. Because that's kind of a vague question. So let me so you can really understand. What resources are South Africa known for?
It's mostly, it will be diamonds, gold, and platinum and coal.
Diamonds and golds, platinum, a little bit of platinum.
Coal.
But we're gonna
Yeah.
talk about the gold. We're gonna talk about the gold and diamonds. Now,
Yeah.
diamonds, it takes thousands of years for diamonds to be made. The process of diamonds to be made, thousands of years. Now, gold is it's already there, so there's no process. It's gold is inside of rocks. But my point is this: is that your people, your people, whomever tribe it is who own that land, were walking on that land for hundreds of thousands of years, but yet they didn't realize that they had a precious metal or precious resource there until the white man came. The white man was able to come and exploit, first of all, had the technology,
Yeah. Okay.
the
Okay,
foresight
brother.
and the critical thinking skills to be able to see that they were able to use those resources to build
Brother,
wealth and power.
can I chime in, because I think you're preaching to the choir, and in respect, so because I don't want you to gravitate the talking points that I know and I've
No,
got answers.
my point, this is my point. The point I'm trying to make is that the point is I'm trying to make is that you guys have all these things available to you, but you fail to capitalize and take advantage of it. Just
But
for
I
it's
agree with
just
you, brother.
history
But
doesn't lie. History doesn't
yeah,
lie.
but
The
look,
past
I agree
doesn't
with
lie.
brother. I agree with you, but that's part of the problem. I'm on the solution side. I know all what you say, and it's true. The West, remember, civilization is not a Western thing, but in the modern time, they dominated and advanced more than almost the entire globe, and they conquered the entire globe, including in Africa. We are currently under a conquered system. We're not free. That's true. I agree with you, but I'm more of, we cannot just sit and say, okay, we are defeated, we don't have superior technology, we must just sit and wait. I'm trying to break it down so that we can end up in a position where we
Let me
also
ask you this question, because we don't have to break, because we don't want to get too complex.
yeah.
Let me say this: you live in Joburg. Okay, hold on for a second. You live in Joburg, right? You live in Joburg. The
Yes.
ANC is ran. The ANC is ran by Joburg, I mean, ANC runs Joburg. Now, you've been to the CBD, right? You've been to the CBD
Yes,
many
yes,
times, I'm sure.
yes.
Now, they can't even pick up trash. So how in the
You
world
see,
you gonna blame the white man?
you
How in the world you gonna blame
you
the
are talking
white
about
man
something
for
we
not
don't
being
know,
able to
brother.
pick up trash?
Yeah, but
Your street lights don't even work, brother. The street lights down there don't
okay,
even work.
okay.
The
Let me
street
break it
lights, you
down.
can't pick up trash.
Okay,
You can't pick
let me
up
break,
trash. You can't pick
but
up street lights.
brother,
It's not the
you
white man, it's you. It's
I'm
you.
not here to I'm not here to argue. I'm not
No, no,
in
no,
the
we're
side
not
of
arguing. We just stating facts. We
Hold on,
just
I,
stating facts.
let him respond, Patient. Let him respond.
yeah, you know, don't speak with too much authority. Allow me to break these things down. Africa isn't operated in a fate where Africans are actually leading. African leaders for most part are sabotaged, and I'm not giving an excuse. They are sabotaged because we are currently weak. We're not in a position to defend ourselves and be independent. That's our responsibility. I actually agree with you, but I want to be on the realistic side. You just pinpointing problems that we all know. You are repeating yourself. This is you preaching to the choir. I'm not interested in you pointing the problems we have. I'm more of trying to engage with the
But
brother
you
so
have
that
to
he can
solve the
understand.
problems. You have to solve the problems, though, sir. You have to.
That's
If
why
if
that's
you
why you
can,
need to
if
allow me
hold on,
to speak.
if you can
Oh
solve
Lord,
the simple
So,
why
problems,
don't you allow me to speak, brother? Why you have to interrupt me? Come on, man.
you spend 30.
Why do you have to invade my point and
hold
create
on.
argument? I'm trying to engage.
Finish your point, Lozy, because I want to chime in. Finish your point.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say, brother, is that there's a reason why South Africa is migrating to align with the BRICS, because we know there's a big problem. And I'm not giving an excuse. Yes, black people haven't shown a performance in where they have power. But I do believe that there's also a big sabotage at place. For example, he mentioned the CBD. The CBD of Johannesburg has got these global NGOs that are infiltrated in CBD, the Helen Suzman, just to name few, that are very funded, and they protect the illegal migrants who are living there in the streets. They do whatever they want there. So no matter how much you put resources to clean Johannesburg, the next morning Johannesburg will be back to where it is. And trust me, brother, we don't even control the cost, the court system, the admin system in South Africa, the whole judiciary system. The laws are passed by people who are powerful than even our president. When ANC tries to deal with the issue of migrants in our CBDs, the Helen Suzman Foundation, which is an NGO, always takes the government to court. They don't do that when it comes to Cape Town. So the brother is speaking on things that I'm trying to explain to him that he doesn't understand. And I'm not giving an excuse. I'm saying this is our responsibility as Africans to allow other people to dominate us in our land. I'm saying, what is the way forward? I look at BRICS as one of the steps to closest to us being independent. I'm not saying we're free under BRICS, but it's a better system that might be emerging better than what we have now. We might stand a better chance to oppose and be able to set the fate and control of our countries and the laws of how we can govern our countries without much infiltration of these external forces. But go ahead, brother. There's a lot I can say, but I think you have to respond as well.
Yeah, there's a lot. So I mean, bricks. That's a whole nother conversation. It's not even operational at this point. But I could speak more on that later as far as bricks. But I think the point he was trying to make is everything is based on leadership. Leadership. I'm gonna give two examples. Rwanda, for example, right? Rwanda and Burundi, they are very clean nations. That starts from the top. Every Saturday, every citizen of Rwanda has to go outside and pick up trash. You know what I mean? That is that's law. So that starts up top. So when you go to Rwanda, you see clean streets. You don't see littered or anything like that. That's leadership. Kenya, for example, right? I talked about this video where this Kenyan was whipped by this Chinese man for being late to work. So a Chinese company based in Kenya, a Kenyan man where Kenyans are in the majority, he allowed himself to be whipped for being late for work in his country. So that sign of weakness is a reflection on leadership as well. You know what I mean? So all the ailments that you see in a lot of African countries, it starts on top. So if Johannesburg is not a, if it's not clean, if people are not taking care of their neighborhoods, it all starts at the top. I'll give you another example, right? Democratic cities in the United States are terrible. You know what I mean? They are there's chaos, there's potholes, there's trash in urban areas. These are democratic cities. But if you go to a Republican, if you go to a Republican city, it's more cleaner, it's more organized, and things of that nature. So when you have liberal policies and all this, so much freedoms where you can't tell anybody to do anything, you get disorder and chaos. And so what South Africa has done, they have adopted and embraced so much liberalism where everything is out of control. Everything is out of control. You spoke about Malema, not being genuine in a lot of his talking points, but you haven't gave him a chance to be wrong. You know what I mean? ANC has gotten 30 years and people aren't satisfied. You have to, what's wrong with giving Malema a term? It can't be any worse. So you're not giving him a chance to be wrong or right. You brought up a point about immigration. So yeah, in the United States, right? We see it. The Americans, the whites and the blacks, for the most part, we see immigration. We have seen immigration as unfair. Money is spent. Our tax dollars are spent on immigrants. They do take jobs. I don't have a problem with them taking jobs that we don't want. That we don't want, low-paying jobs. I don't have a problem with that. However, the more people you bring in, they are potential voters. They can influence elections. And it does keep the middle class not able to grow. And so when Trump came in, Trump was about nationalism. He was about closing the borders. He was about employing Americans, so we all have jobs, but companies have to pay a higher wage. They have to pay a higher wage for that to happen. But during Trump's time, before the pandemic, the American economy was the best that had ever been in history. So I do see the effects of, there's pros and cons to immigration and non-immigration, depending on what side you want to be on. But you have to, my last point is, and I'll let you respond, is that, we see in America, we see with the Democratic Party, we see all these agendas, whether it's the alphabet community agenda, whether it's the agenda to have this mass immigration for whatever reasons. The Democratic Party is becoming more authoritarian. And so we're seeing there's an agenda that the Democratic Party wants to continue to build on. And Trump is someone that could come in and at least stop the progress, or stop the bleeding, or as he used to say, drain the swamp. So you need, in my opinion, South Africa needed maybe Malema to stop this agenda that you see the ANC has been trying to implement, and at least create some balance. But you're not giving him a chance is more detrimental, in my opinion, to South Africa. But I'll let you respond.
Yeah, before I carry on, I think you did make few points. Good, that are good. I will say few, because most of the points you made, I think you are misinformed about what is actually happening. But you are not too far-fetched, because especially when you give example with American politics, which are very, very similar to the current situation in South Africa. Malema, before I carry on, Malema is actually a far left than the ANC. He's worse than ANC. The chaos that you see ANC that has brought in the CBDs under Malema will be worse. Malema is a total far left. What I think you got wrong for most parties is that you assume that politicians are they are powerful. power, political privilege is not power. And when you mentioned leadership, leadership is power, the ability to force your ways that you want to see in a society. None of African countries have got that privilege or status. I'm talking about African leaders. None out of all 54 countries. That's why there's not even one good example you can mention. And I want to tap into the Rwanda and Uganda. I think it's Rwanda and Uganda that you mentioned. Those are countries that you cannot even compare to South Africa, brother. Other than Kigali in Rwanda, nobody actually knows any other city out of Rwanda. Nobody has ever seen any pictures of anything beyond Rwanda. In South Africa, you can actually name many cities. Some are clean, some are dead, just like in USA. And you broke it down very well when you said the liberal policies and the Republican policies that differ in states in America, depending on which party is running that state. And you are right. The right parties in America tend to have cleaner, nice cities. But I think there's a fundamental mistake you make. The separation that you have, that you think that the left and the right is separated in America, is the most thing you got wrong. The far right and the far left is funded by the same organization, which is the establishment of USA. The establishment is the one that passes all laws. Every state that you see in America, no Republican or no Democrats can pass any law without the establishment actually voting on it. If you look at the history of USA, your country, there was a point when the right was more of the left that you see today in the past 50 years. And there was a point where the left was more of the right. There was a point where the Democrats actually tried to fight to end slavery. And there's a point where they were actually at the forefront of instilling slavery. It has always been the power shift. They play you by showing you the right and the left every decade. That's the similar game in South Africa. ANC is in bed with DA. Do you believe me if I tell you that most ANC comrades are living in Western Cape, where on paper it's run by DA? And cities like Pretoria and Johannesburg, at some point, I think for the past 5 years actually, it has been run by DA for most part, and Pretoria. I know someone will say that's not enough time for them to change a lot of things. That's true. There has been little pockets of improvement ever since DA took Pretoria, but it's little to even notice. What I'm trying to say is that the problem with the leadership you see in South Africa specifically, the politicians are not in actual power. Let's talk about the banking system, for example, in South Africa. The banking system that is supposed to probably fund certain or all municipalities, treat all municipalities equal. You think it's really what is happening? You think in our financial sectors we don't experience systematic racism, even at the higher administration level? Because even our own Reserve Bank, let me tell you the shocking truth, more than 52% of our own Reserve Bank is owned by foreign direct investors, be it corporates from Canada, UK, wherever. This is the Reserve Bank that monitors our resources. It prints our money. It monitors the entire system that is happening in South Africa. What I'm trying to say is that without removing responsibility of black people from their own failure, I'm saying there's also a great sabotage that you have to look at this thing in a broader picture. However,
I'm going to ask you a question too. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Yeah. Just before I close, Paul Kagame of Rwanda and Yoweri Museveni of Uganda, they've been accused of being the great puppets of the West, working with the French military, the French militaries, the USA militaries to create the chaos you see in the area of Goma in DRC. They've been coordinating the M23 rebels to create chaos there to steal resources. At the same time, Paul Kagame just approved a bill where he will be taking migrants from UK to Rwanda. This is the beginning. What I'm trying to say is that the building of South Africa is very unique and not similar to the African countries. They all experience their different colonies and build up. South Africa was built as a capitalist hub of Africa. That's why you see the nature of South Africa with high influx of migrants. Wherever South Africa has got in Johannesburg, you find the extreme debt, and you also find Sandton and Rosebank, where you cannot find areas like this in Africa. So we will have the mixture of those, just like in America. Is the most powerful empire we have ever witnessed in history. One of the most well-built countries. But you can find the worst degeneracy. That's just capitalism. And South Africa was built as an economic hub that controls the corporates of Africa. That's why you see the nature of South Africa will differ with Rwanda. Rwanda, they've got one city that they can clean. They don't have these liberal laws that are pushed down on them to continue the manufacture and the production. They don't have that. If they were industrialized by the West with capitalism, you will see what you see in South Africa.
Let me ask you this. Now, you know, I know a lot of Africans may have feel like Black Americans think that they know it all or know what's best, but I gotta ask this: you don't think that Black Americans would be people that you guys should look to as far as their, basically, should our opinions be valued? Because it's my belief that if we had what you have, a majority Black country, that we would run things a little bit different based on our understanding of the white supremacist playbook, and capitalism and things of that nature. So by us being looked up to in a lot of ways, why aren't we really looked at when it comes to political savvy?
Brother, I don't know if when you have been in South Africa, where you engage with political intellect in South Africa, but I know most of our people today, they're not really political intellect. They having good times. But you do have got Black South Africans who are politically literate. You will know that whether be in politics or beyond politics, the Black nation that we look up to more than anything is Black Americans. And there's no other Black nation that we look at a source of inspiration. Maybe in the Caribbean islands, every now and then, at some point, Jamaicans had a good influence on us as well, especially when their music was dominating at some point. But we always looked up to Black Americans. Just to give you a little bit of history, the ANC itself, at the fundamentals of the birth of ANC, had a lot of Black Americans partaking. I actually think some Black Americans funded ANC, and I'm talking about 113 years ago. Probably 100. ANC is the oldest of a Black political party in Africa, and it's not accident that their front has always been Pan-African. And these ideologies come from Black Americans. Black Americans are the ones who saw Africa as a unity before even Africans, because, as you said, the influence of the colonizers that went to colonize the globe. You guys had so much information about their ways and how they did that, and you saw Africa as an opportunity. If Africa can just unify and have a central system, Africa will have power. So one of the biggest inspirers of ANC was Black Americans. We continue to have Black Americans influencing us in the entertainment industry, and even in wealth, how you guys live. Black Americans are the wealthiest Blacks on the face of earth. If I'm talking about the wealth in the current system, the dollar-based wealth, probably even assets that you have in USA. Education-wise, Black Americans are the most educated Blacks by far in the globe. I'm not about opinions that Africans like to run. I do a lot of research. The wealth in the hands of Black Americans in terms of dollar, it's probably more than 3 trillion, because annually you guys spend more than 2 trillion US dollars in buying. Let me make this point.
Okay.
You guys have got more wealth than the continent. What is important to notice is that with the current things the way they are, of course, if America is affected and the hegemony lose a certain power, America will always dominate. It will be a powerful force for the longest time. But the shift might also affect Black Americans. That's just the reality if it happens. But however, currently as we speak, you guys are the wealthiest and the picture. I mean, at the front of the globe. However, Black South Africans, at the moment, we have gained more in the geopolitics in terms of political power, where Black Americans have went down in the political power space. Because we are, as you said, we are in position of running a Black nation, whereas you guys live in the belly of the empire. Although we are all still controlled, but we stand a better chance if we gain a true independence on our side. If we can be in charge of our country or the continent, then in the near future, we might make some good gains. But at the moment, politically, we're probably either on pair with you guys or we have overtaken you, considering the fact that we are also and the member of BRICS. We have forged a strong alliance in the global south with Middle East, Asia, and I don't really trust these countries, but I'm saying our impact is felt. Even in the West, we are still a member of G20. So Black South Africans are used as a gate to penetrate into Africa, be it by the global south or the West. South Africa has been used as a gate. Of course, the whites in South Africa are also playing a huge role, even more than us, in influence. But I'm saying in terms of
but why can't you guys listen to us when we say, man, y'all need to support the EFF? Even if it's not Malema, the party is bigger than just one person. You know what I mean? You need.
That's where we feel like you guys are arrogant, and we say, you know what, you better just focus on your black political parties in USA. You see, when it comes to that, you have to understand we know Malema more than you guys, and there's a reason why we never tell you guys who to vote for in USA or who should be your political leaders, because we are limited in the information of your affairs there. Trust me, we're not going to vote for Malema. Malema won't get our vote. We know better than you guys on that. And I can break it down, but I think the brother wants to speak or you want to respond as well. Malema is not going to get any votes in South Africa.
All right. Ronan, Travelers, what's good, bro?
What's good, man? Go ahead and respond to him, and then I'll go ahead and step in. I know you have some things on your mind real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it relates to we don't know him. I mean, that's a fair argument. I can't argue with that. But, you know, it was a time that we looked at Dr. Martin Luther King that wanted unity. We thought he was propped up as being the good guy, and Malcolm X was propped up being the bad guy. And then after Martin Luther King started to see about this unity dream, we realized that because we operated on a separate but equal during the Jim Crow. It was separate but equal, meaning segregation. And we wanted to integrate and become one utopia, a colorblind society. And what we realized is that as Black people, we lost more during integration, trying to be with white people, trying to live in their neighborhoods, trying to go to their schools. And we realized that we lost money through gentrification. Having our own Black communities, we were able to circulate the dollar more when we had our own. So in a nutshell, integration was far worse than separate but equal. Malcolm X was, you know, like I said, Malema and Malcolm X have a lot of similar talking points, but at least we see, the point I want to make is Martin Luther King ended up agreeing with Malcolm X, you know, before he was assassinated. And so by us seeing that, and Malcolm X was the villain, he ended up being, you know, 20, 30 years later after his death, we ended up saying, you know what, Malcolm X was right. So when Western Cape becomes its own country, when whites take over South Africa, people are going to be saying, you know what, Malema was right. You know, we fucked up. We're trying to prevent y'all from having that aha moment. You know, but I'm gonna lay it there.
How will white take the Western Cape in the modern times? I mean, sometimes I feel like people are just paranoid. How will they even do that?
I'll address that later. I want to get Ronan to chime in.
Man, this brother says so much. I mean, Jesus. So let's start from the beginning. You say you guys look up to Americans as a shining example of what you guys should be doing in your own country.
I never said that.
I said say that in a way. So go ahead and clarify what you said.
Look, don't exaggerate what I said. And I feel like from
go
the
ahead
boat, then you are not
sir. Go ahead and clarify.
But don't bring arrogance here. I'm being kind. I'm being humble. Please, let's respect each other. I said Black South Africans have always looked at Black Americans in many ways as influence. I even broke down the formation of ANC. Also remember the Western media has also dominated, especially us in Africa. We got the earlier access to the Western media. I won't go far, but also that influence comes from that. It's not like we wake up to live to look at Black Americans as this sole power that we look up to. No, I was just saying the influence is great for who we are today. Part of who we are, they play a role in who we are as a Black nation in South Africa.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So basically what you're saying is we do influence your culture. But the biggest thing is our influence came from our own battles. You guys have been given your freedoms. You have never earned them. And that's why you're constantly being disrespected in your own countries. You have the power structure as far as population. Okay? You overwhelm any other foreign national that's there. Your precious metals, your rare earth metals, the things that are being exported out of your country are making corporations wealthier beyond belief. You're giving of all these things. And I said giving. But they're taking it. You guys have not raised up to stop them to do nothing. If you guys were all to raise up and stop all your rare earth metals and everything that you guys export in order to support technology and everything else is going on globally, you could retake your countries. But the problem is, even in your own infrastructure, like you said, they're corrupt. They've been corrupted for generations. And that's why Africa falls in last, even though you guys have started the technology. You guys have the metals in order to influence technology. But you allow other countries to come in and barter out your rare earth metals and the technology you guys could possess for your own for pennies on the dollar, literally. You say, how do we fix this? Burkina Faso was a perfect example. Overthrow your corrupt government, kick out the French, and start doing things on your own. Unite other nations. So when France said they were going to send back in the Foreign Legion to do certain things in certain cultures, what did they do? They united several other countries in their armies in order to fight France. What did France do? They backed out. When are you guys going to grab your nuts and actually fight for what you want?
You know what they would say? You know what a lot of them said, Ronan? A lot of them said that we're afraid of sanctions. We're afraid of being like Zimbabwe.
Who gives a fuck? You guys have your own products. You can support yourselves.
Okay, can I respond?
Wait, I'm not done yet. I'm responding to him. You've already run off at the mouth for a while. Let me fix some of the things you've said. You want results, right? Be quiet for a second. All right. So one, raise up your armies in order to fight against what you're dealing with. Take back your agreements that were basically done under duress. You have all these agreements with all these European nations. Kick them all out. They're your countries. But you won't. Or you can't. Whichever. Because you guys have been a docile country. You guys have been a docile continent. When's the last great war that you guys fought besides against yourselves? Against any other nation? You haven't. And that's a problem. I'm not done yet. Now you talk about BRICS as this great thing. BRICS has not been established. The countries that are trying to establish BRICS are all failing.
Let's hold on. Let's hold on.
I'm just saying he's using all these excuses. I'll knock them all down. But that's ridiculous. It's never going to form. It's not. So you hoping on that as far as a world economy to help your nations is failing. That's not going to work. Go ahead. No excuse.
No, I was gonna say let's save the BRICS conversation. I'll let that be kind of like the last talking point. So I'll let Lozy. You can respond if you want to respond to anything.
Yeah. Look, I won't get emotional with the tone here, but there is a sense of truth in what he said. The great men always take responsibility, and we cannot deny the truth when it's said. However, it's nice to sit in America, the empire that was well built and established in a cozy space, and just say all that you say. You know, if you know history, you will. Are you a Black American brother? Before I carry on, are you?
Absolutely, I'm a Black American brother, and I'm a military vet. So yes, I've fought for my country. I've been in wars. So no, we don't sit here cozy. We contribute to this freedom that a lot of your people come over to enjoy.
Okay, let me respond now. So you will know that my ancestors, when they fought for about 2 centuries against the Dutch and the British imperial colonial system that was impeaching our land. They fought for more than 2 centuries. Some wars were won, some wars were lost because they were advanced more than us. We were not that smart to advance our technology at that time. But many British fell as well with their superior military. But eventually they took over. That's the truth. At the same time, your own ancestors were selling you to the Black Atlantic Ocean there in West Africa, while my ancestors were fighting. Yes, it's true. We had experienced the settlers' colony that settled in South Africa due to its connection to the geography of the globe when they were establishing the new global trade route, and also the temperature here, because the colonizer can still live here. It's habitable for their temperature coming from the west. However, in the Western Africa, basically it was a slave trade because they are closer to the Atlantic when they were establishing the colony of America, where they actually demolished the entire American natives that were there. If there's anyone to be embarrassed, it's the entire continent that was taken more than Africa. Africa, yes, was colonized. We are still under the hegemony, but America, it's even worse. Almost the natives got wiped out there, whereas Africans still stand to this day. Even Black South Africans, we still stand. If you understand history, you will know that the Xhosas and the Zulus are one of the well-respected militaries that the British, with their sophisticated weapons, they met here, and it was battle. So we did fight. Recently, yes, I agree with you when you say we did not fight for our independence. Hence, we are not independent. We are not free. What we got was a soft-landed political power to an extent, because it was done through negotiation. You cannot negotiate with your enemy when they sit on a superior position. So I'm aware that we did not win the battle. What was taken in the battle through blood, I believe, should be restored there, and we should go back to take arms and fight if we have to. But we're not in a position to do that. A great leader doesn't send its military to a war that they will lose. We had to think smart. Hence, that's where the comrades like Nelson Mandela comes in. They had to negotiate because we were weaker. If we went to a civil war, which was the Dutch military was the strongest military in Africa at that time, and they were propped by Israel and America with even nuclear weapons. They were armed to the teeth. We were going to lose. So the comrades had to negotiate for a soft landing. Hence, we are still finding ourselves in the position that we are. And I'm speaking for the entire continent. Now, you are lucky because you survived the empire that enslaved your ancestors, which I respect most. I think they went through the hardest hardship you can think of, and they still stand to this day. And they built the greatest empire there in the West with the Western powerhouses, and you still survive. Power to you guys. But we experienced a different history from you. We have to learn to respect each other without celebrating cowardice. Yes, you can say we are stupid, we can just take arms and go to war. I get that. But we will be wiped out at the moment. We're not in position to actually defend ourselves. We have to think strategically. That's the reason why let me make this point. The reason why I brought BRICS is because my history as a South African, Russia gave us a great support through our struggle, especially during the Soviet Union. They were arming blacks. They were arming black South Africans when we were in foreign countries at the campus in the bushes. They were offering us free trade. Free training. They were also offering us funds and food. They were feeding our people, even free education. They were training our black people to come back and fight the Dutch government. While we were preparing that and practicing, Soviet Union got dismantled at some point, and that's where we lost power. At the moment, Africa in the past 3 centuries, Africa has never gained intellectual capacity to develop itself and build security for itself. That's just a fact. We're not going to go to a suicide war where we're going to be demolished. We have to think with strategy because what is important is for survival of our nation. Survival.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go the direction of, it's a good conversation, but I don't want to go into military, using military to gain power, because that I agree with everything you're saying. I agree with everything you're saying, but I don't want to go in that direction. Austin asked you, Ronan, which war were you in? I don't know how relevant that question is, but
it doesn't really matter. I can tell you I was in the original Gulf War, and also I went to Somalia.
Okay.
So I'll date myself.
So my issue a lot with with some African nations is the mentality. Now you can make all these excuses. People can make excuses for Africa, but China, let me use China and India, for example, right? So China in the 60s was basically a third world country. What China did was China said, you know what? and this is leadership again. China said, you know what, we're going to force education on our entire population. So you know what happens when let's say 90% of your men and women, they all go to school learning math and science, right? You know, most of them are going to be let's just say dummies, but then you're going to get a small percentage that are going to be highly intellectual. So instead of waiting for people to pick and choose what they want to study and focus on, China made an initiative to say we're gonna force science and education on our population. We're gonna weed out the talent, and we're gonna continue to build. That's why Chinese people are associated with being, you know, smart in math and sciences, which is not all the way necessarily true, but they have that brand with them that they're good at math and science. So by them focusing on math and science for decades on decades to decades, they didn't have time to worry about materialism. They had to struggle and suffer and not have any money. You know, women had to acquiesce to the culture. So they had to suffer for a period of time, and now they're the number 2 leading economy, the number 2 military power in the world. You know what I mean? Because they forced science and math on their population decades over decades, and then on top of that, they didn't have the creative, the innovation, you know, mind from a cultural aspect. But what they did was they reverse engineered a lot of American, you know, products and things of that nature. So that's why you got the fake iPhones. You know, they have military equipment. They have a lot of things that they've been able to reverse engineer and figure out. So now they're able to produce their own. So China did it. So China has a playbook that could be followed. India just launched, I think last year, they just launched a satellite in space. You know,
they've already made it to the moon and they've already made it to Mars.
Okay, can I respond about China? Let me respond on China. Good point, brother, by the way. But I'm going to refute, I'm going to argue some points. China, it's a 5,000-year empire. About 2,000 years ago, it had 3 large kingdoms where they were always a massive country with one unified population. And the Mongolians happened as well. The barbarians once conquered what was a shining civilization, and that happened. The China that you see today comes from a long history. At some point, China as well, they were conquered by this little island dwellers from Britain as well, as big as they are. And also the Japanese ones conquered them. So the Chinese are people with their own history. They're not all these shining stars you're trying to make them out. They come from somewhere and they started somewhere. You are right.
No. We're starting from the 1960s. No. Listen, we're starting from the 1960s, the same time most African countries got their independence.
You're not being fair. China was left by colonizers earlier before African countries. And I said China was already a unified force. African people are the oldest people on earth. Naturally, we have more diverse tribes more than any continent. Naturally, we're more divided. We are more tribal because we've got many.
All I hear are excuses, man. You're giving us history on excuses. You have not given us one solution yet. You asked for solutions. I came up here and I started giving you some solutions. Where are your solutions at? Stop giving us history. We know history. Where are your solutions at that you're moving towards right now?
Look, you're not as great as you think. You're not as smart as you think. The smart man allows other men to make a point, and you will come.
But you are going around Robin Hood's barn. You asked for solutions. I came up here and gave you solutions. I need to hear the solutions.
Let me finish.
You are nothing other than a pawn that defends the empire of USA. That's the only reason why you say what you say. Okay, let me make this point. China has been the longest unified force, where Africa is not. China was left earlier before Africa to educate themselves and build up with that one unified force. In Africa, we have to start somewhere, and I believe now things are not as worse as years ago. As he mentioned, places like Burkina Faso, which I think is a terrible example, but they're doing something there in Sahel region. Burkina Faso and Niger and the other Mali. That's good. But that's showing that Africans are doing something. Africans are not a one unified force.
The question is no.
But you have been biased. Let me make this point. Let me land.
But it's not pertaining to my question.
Oh,
it's not
Lord.
pertaining to my question.
Lord,
It's not pertaining
brother,
to my
why you guys want to argue? Why you guys? I feel like you guys are somehow like jealous, just want to beat down Africans. I'm trying to make a point. Allow me to make a point.
Let me just restate my question and make sure you just respond in the way that you're answering the question. I'm gonna let you finish, but I just want you to answer the question.
I wanted to break down China and make points that you're not allowing me to finish.
I'm
not
going
done
to
with
let
China.
you finish. I'm just repeating the question
Lord.
for the audience. I'm gonna let you continue. So the question is, how come African nations cannot follow the same playbook China did starting in the 1960s? Now you can continue.
You guys mentioned everything about China, but not mention the fact that the Western countries actually popped up China with their companies that transferred a lot of skills and information down there. That's the part you did not mention. When I said China was unified 1,000 years ago before Africa is only working to unification now. Africa has never been a unified continent. We before the colonizers divided us, we were divided. In fact, we were divided more before colonizers. So we are only working now towards unification. And if we can get the unification right, that might bring some leverage of power to an extent. You cannot just come here and waffle and say whatever you have to say to feel good, to pop up your arrogance, to feel good there in the States, but you're not looking at reality. We have to face some realities, and when we compare, we cannot compare apples and oranges. China has been the great unified empire for more than 1,000 years. They were conquered by the British, which you said nothing about it. And the British left them earlier, and Africa was still in bondage of the colonizers than China. They had at least a space of growing up and educate their people. Again, at the same time, the Western companies from your country went there for cheap labor, but they also transferred a lot of skills. Africa has never experienced that in the modern days. So there's no empire that just rise out of nowhere. All empires take from other empires. But
the U.S., you got to let people rebut, bro. But the U.S., we had a industrial revolution. China had their industrial revolution. The reason why the Manhattan Project, when we were able to develop nukes, that was a industrial revolution.
From the British, and it was
borrowed from the point is the government. The point I'm trying to make is the government putting heavy emphasis on math and science.
No, the British guys, stop. Like the British and the Germans gave you guys a kickstart. The industrialization of America did not pop out of non-existence.
But that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, though. I'm not. That's not. We're making two different arguments. My argument is that any government can make math and science an initiative of their country. 50% of the population should be able to do. I'll put it like this: 50% of Chinese people know calculus, understand basic physics. You cannot go to any, and I know a lot of talented Africans that went to school with me in the United States, and they do have the ability to comprehend math and science very well. But what I'm talking about is not help from other imperial powers. I'm saying that just the initiative to educate your people in math and science, I do not see that in Africa as a whole.
No, Africa is making initiative moves at the moment. Things are not like 50 years ago. Let's be factual here. And I'm saying Africa will start somewhere as well. Why are you guys so interested in beating down Africa? Is it because you are disappointed from us? Is it because you are ashamed of your origin? What is this resentment that I'm feeling? Because I'm trying to engage all points so that we can be fair. I said that even the industrialization of America did not just pop out of nowhere. It was the empire of the British and the Germans, the French, that popped up the industrialization of America, brother. What are we on about here? So even China itself, their industrialization comes from the Western base. That even Japan itself, South Korea, Taiwan, all these countries. That's the reason why India is behind. India never got the same privilege China got, and they only working on it now as well.
That's bullshit. You are twisting up history. First of all, China set themselves up in order to accept the industrial revolution, like No Excuse said, by training their people up in electronics so that those corporations that decided to go over there and utilize their cheap labor knew they were getting well-trained individuals. Now listen, India is doing the same thing. Guess where most of the companies are leaving from China to go to? They're going to India because India started doing the same thing. Why haven't you guys caught on to the hint to do something different? The definition of insanity is continuing to do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. When are you guys going to change?
Right. You mentioned you mentioned in Japan, South Korea, all those Asian countries. These kids are learning calculus in elementary school.
Look, you guys are being dishonest because you want to feel good about yourselves. Here's the point I'm trying to make.
You deflect.
Africa is starting somewhere as well. We are doing that. For example, there's many in that countries from China, even in the West, that are building bases in Africa as we speak. You know that South Africa produces lots of cars. South Africa, we've got Huawei here as well, building their plants. And the agreement, one of the great agreements is to transfer skills. As I speak, South Africa with Russia and Ethiopia, we partnered in nuclear science. They are taking our students to Russia, educating them in the nuclear science. You guys want Africa to have emerged at the same time with China? No, we have got a separate history. We're coming from a different background with the most diversified continent where we were already divided naturally by tribes.
How come you don't have a satellite? How come you don't have a satellite?
Listen to my point. I'm saying we are only trying to unify the most diverse continent on earth. You understand that there's more nations in Africa more than the entire world combined. Do you know that? So we are only trying to unify such. There's no continent in the planet, in the history of this planet, with the most diversified groups like Africa. So it's not easy.
Let me get some other people in. Let me get some other people in real quick. Bro, I understand, man. We all passionate, man. Let me get some other people in. HB, go ahead. I know you was in and out, man. I'll let you go first, and then Malik, you could follow HB.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, man. My internet acting up, man. Yeah, man. Appreciate you having me up, man. The thing is, man, it's always coming from when you're trying to help provide solutions and shit and try to help people out, it's always, you being arrogant and shit. And then, you get into your feelings about, somebody trying to help you, we start talking about history and we start explaining all this stuff instead of coming up with solutions. There's no excuse for today, in today's time, for the education to be poor, industries not being created in South Africa. Is no excuse today. You have a lot of these, people from Africa, they come to the US, they get education, they don't go back. They're not going back to fix up countries and shit. I haven't even been there, but just talking to a lot of people over there, like, because I'm like, do y'all have this and that? And the people telling me, no, we don't have this. I'm like, why not? Like, there's so many opportunities to build, Africa up. But the thing is, a lot of people close minded, because I just bought a business ideas and shit. And, people just close minded. So I'm like, yo, why are you closed minded? This is a perfect opportunity to, get money and shit. But it is like they just have a closed mind about shit. It's been damn near, it's been what, 3 decades and shit since apartheid? And and the people ain't running shit yet. It's all this fear about, we're gonna get wiped out. How the hell you gonna get wiped out by 14% of the goddamn people? Y'all done integrated yourself into the goddamn military and the government. So how the hell you gonna get wiped out by who? You got all the resources.
Brother, that's the most stupidest thing you said. If you think South Africa is controlled by 7 million white people in South Africa, that's not true. It's the entire Western Empire, brother. I don't know why you don't get this. It's not white people here. How can 4 million people control 48 million people, brother? Think for a second, brother. It's the entire West behind them and supporting them, brother. I mean, think for a second, man.
We're gonna get back to that. Let me.
You got a whole goddamn continent. What are you talking about, bro?
Let me get.
Okay.
Let me get Malik in real quick. Real quick.
Talk is cheap. What are you guys, other than the fact that you are holding on to the Western Empire? What will you be without USA? Let's get that one.
Listen,
You just only saying
hold on,
only
brothers.
saying
Hold on.
No.
Decorum. We need decorum. We're gonna get around. I got people.
No,
other people
all
in
this
the
big
chat.
talk, it's only because you hide
You
behind
got-
the empire. All this
I got-
content big talk. That's
you
because
got
of
your,
the
you
empire.
got
That's
your freedom, the whole blueprint
Respect
from
the
us.
channel. Respect the channel. Let me get other people to come in. Let me get other people to come in.
Hey, can y'all guys hear me? First of all.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I came up because I wanted to address like I think Lazi, I don't know how you pronounce your name, but he had mentioned like if I believe I'm getting you correctly, like why do we care or who cares or whatever. I mentioned it in the chat. I was like one of the big issues with Africa is when it comes to Africans in Africa, it feels like Black Americans tend to care more about the issues and what's happening over there than they do. They just fine with if they can eat, if they can just live their lives, even if they're laborers. Eventually, India, maybe China will come and just recolonize and just make them a labor class where you're basically being a dump site for the top countries. They're fine with that. Like I bring up that example of
Black Americans who are working for American military.
What's his question? What's his question to you?
Hold on. How we're gonna operate is that this is the fifth person. Let him get his talking points out. If you have any questions, hold on to your questions. We're gonna go in a circle, okay? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is a gang up, brother. This is a gang up. I have to refute. Like I have to also say something because it's four of you.
You can interject. No, you can interject. You can interject. You can listen.
Opinions and I'm alone.
Losey, listen.
Losey,
listen. You can interject.
Come on now.
You can interject. That's fine. But we want you just interject. Be concise and just know that other people are waiting to talk. I got some things I want to say too. I got some things I want to say too. So Malik, finish.
But before he could, I asked him what does he have to say about the Black Americans who are serving in the military bases of the USA across Africa, sabotaging African leaders, including one of your Black brother who's ambassador in South Africa, who said the Black government is selling Russia weapons for the war in Ukraine and Russia. He said this in 2002. I want him to have a say on that. But carry on, brother.
That's the obvious, though. We don't want to address the obvious. We know the hand that our country plays in a lot of
No, I'm talking about the Black. Yeah, but I'm talking about the Black. I'm not talking about the USA Empire. I'm talking about specifically the Black Americans. Since you guys care so much,
but you can't separate the two.
Your claim was that you guys care so much about Africa.
My claim is we care more. We care more about Africa than Africans. That was my claim.
You're just saying anything, brother. You're just saying anything.
I'm not saying anything. It appears to be true.
Let him finish this statement because I don't want to go back and forth. Let him finish.
But to answer your quick question is you can't separate the American empire from Black Americans because Black Americans helped build the empire. They're the first to die in the wars. They contribute to all the inventions. Pretty much all of the greatness that you see is a part of American history, is also Black American history.
I agree with that.
You can't just say like, oh, keep it separate because America would be crippled. They built a lot of their wealth off of slave labor. Black Americans contribute
I fully agree with
globally through culture, entertainment, inventions that we all use today. Even a folding chair, things we use, the traffic lights, all of this stuff that we use, the light bulbs. I mean, I know Thomas Edison, but there was a Black guy who kind of invented something with the lights. So your electricity that you use, all this stuff. So you can't separate it. Just to answer your question, long story short, I don't know about the specific Ukraine statement or whatever, but we're not going to isolate one individual, one ambassador over a group. We're talking about the topic is group stuff. And from a group standpoint, it seems like African Americans as a group care more than all these tribes that are within Africa that are Africans.
How did you arrive to that conclusion? Please break it down. How did you arrive to that conclusion?
I arrived through that conclusion by traveling to a few African countries, being there on the ground, and observing that people are okay being essentially a labor class. Like I'm looking at the Arab zoning stuff, the people, the Emiratis owning stuff, the Chinese owning stuff. And it's like Africans are worried about jobs and stuff. I'm like, the jobs are there. It's just that Africans don't own
Yeah.
anything. And
So
so
it's fine.
so
Brother,
the jobs
let me
are
say
given
this.
in to foreigners and all of
It's
that.
funny.
Go
It's
ahead,
funny
sir.
how it's funny how your brother, the no excuse brother, he said when it comes to South Africa was built by the white colonizers, but America was built by you guys. We didn't do anything in our country. Our country was literally handed to us and built by colonizers. But when it comes to you guys in
I
USA,
never
you
said
guys
that.
are
I never said that.
no, brother. You said that the white settlers are the ones who built our country. You did
I
say
never
that.
said that. I never said that.
Brother, you did say that. Okay, maybe the other brother who left, but you guys on this panel did say that. Your Black American brother. Maybe I'm
No,
wrong.
he just
and
said
it's you.
he just said the white man was the brains behind your development. That's basically what he was.
Oh, so who's the brain? Who's the brain behind the development of USA?
Whites. Whites
I
first,
agree.
and then
we settled
and then after
No,
we
no,
got
no,
educated. Let me
I'm
answer the
happy.
question. Let me answer the question. Whites had and brought the education. Here's the fundamental difference. Let me cook for me. Here's one of the fundamental differences. When we were enslaved in the United States, they took away our ability to read. They didn't want us to learn. We had to. We fought. We risked getting whipped. We risked.
So that did not happen to us.
No. Let me finish. We risked punishment just to try to find, just to read. So we were hungry for education as enslaved Black people. We had to hide. Text in Bibles. We did a lot of secret things to learn how to read and do our ABCs. Even once we were free, we started developing our own historical Black colleges. We're the only nation that has colleges that were initiated by. Well, let me preface this. In the diaspora, we're the only country where we value education so much that we realized we needed our own education institution. So my point is that the Black American since slavery has always yearned and fought for education, whereas in Africa, where information is not hidden from you, you have the internet now, you have access to books, and so the hunger for education is not even in the soul of a lot of Africans as a whole. You know what I mean? So that's a big difference, and that's, I think that's kind of like, to what Malik was saying, is that Black Americans, the reason why we developed is not only because of white ingenuity, is also because we had a hunger to learn the same things that they know and understand. We wanted to learn those things. That's why we have our institutions. We have math departments. We have physics departments. We have chemistry departments. And I'm a chemist. You know what I mean? So Africa hasn't even yearned for that, desire to even learn what the white man knows. And my landing plane is that when we know the same thing as an average white person, a lot of times we excel. You know what I mean? I was smarter. Me learning the same things. I was the top of my class in chemistry amongst whites, amongst Asians. This was in math, finance and science. So I can compete with white people and even excel knowing the same information. I'll let Lothie, if you want to say something, you go ahead.
Okay, because can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, look, no excuse. I tend to listen to you. I think on a fair point, you do make good points, and I think you do want to see Africa rise. You care about the continent. I do that. But the rest of the panel, I feel like it's more of an attack than us having an honest engagement. I'm not making an excuse for the failure of Africans and the Black people on the continent for failing to take control of Africa and advancing. What that happened, I cannot stick to a history that I cannot change. It's still happening to a certain extent, but I do believe that we are making change looking at the research that I do quite often. So it's not like Africans are standing still. Yes, our history in the past 5 centuries is full of us losing the battles that we were supposed to win. We were conquered, we were defeated, but we're not done yet. Africa is not entirely wiped out like America, North America or South America. We did not get imperial force like that. We are still standing, and I'm saying African people are working on what can better us. I hear your point. I hear it loud, clear, but I'm saying you guys have concluded that it's as if you guys have concluded that we are defeated. There's nothing we can do. I'm saying the current leadership in Africa is not like 30 years ago. We still have got big puppets on the continent. They are still serving the Western interest, but there are a few gains there and there. There's alliances that are rising in other regions that are trying to forge one unification that can favor us. We cannot remain in the same position forever, brother. Something will change at some point, and that change is happening. It might be slow, but it is happening.
Yeah,
So,
but go ahead, HP.
Oh, now I got an issue, you know what I'm saying? Because earlier he said what I said was stupid as fuck, and it's always an attack when we trying to provide solutions to try to help you out. But you know what I'm saying? How is it an attack when we're trying to provide solutions to help you out? But when y'all come over here and y'all wave y'all fingers, no, don't cut me out, bro. Don't cut me out, dog.
Let him finish, Lozy.
Let me finish talking because you talk a lot. So when you know what I'm saying, but y'all come over here and wag your fingers at us and tell us what we shouldn't get. You know what I'm saying? As far as like reparations and shit like that. So see, there's a fundamental difference. There's a fundamental difference.
We don't do that. I can only speak for my people, Black South Africans. We don't do that. We don't come there and undermine you guys because we are sitting with the same.
Yes, y'all do. You seen that chick Raybo I had, last year. She was definitely undermining Black Americans.
No, brother, I can point a Black American who's undermining Black South Africans. Majority of Black Americans that I've engaged with, they give me positive feedback. Most of the times they understand our position. Most Black South Africans understand the position of Black Americans. Of course, you can find a one nut job who's just out of control. But if you have to look at Africa, most Black South Africans are likely to understand you as compared to the rest of Africa, brother. Let's just be honest sometimes, man. Okay. Let's be honest. Let's be fair, man.
Let me say one point real quick. Most of the people that come in, no excuses panels that travel and everything else, they're actually looking to settle in Africa. But they're already frustrated at the way your governments move, how dishonest they are, how corrupt they are, and how distrusting they are, and even buying property there for fear of losing it due to the lies that are propagated within the individual countries they go to. So we can't even trust to go over there to try to help establish some type of route and help with infrastructure because we're already having folly with the governments and the people we deal with over there. So let's be real. Everybody on this panel has no problem with Africa. We have the problem with the people within Africa.
Yeah, and some of the mentality, like, you cannot deny that even Africans have said this. We've observed this as a lot of tourists have observed. A lot of Africans are very comfortable in certain countries, like the weather. In some countries, the weather is so perfect. A lot of people are they're carefree. They could be in their villages. They have fresh fruit. They can, there's free fruit and vegetables. People in some countries, people have abundance of. A lot of people have access to like fish. So, so a lot of things that, Africa could eat off its land for free. And you tie that in with good weather. Because to be honest, when I go to Africa or some of these countries, they may appear to be poor, but sometimes I have the best experience because I could go and pick a mango off a tree. We can go fishing without having to get a license, and people. Various ways you can eat, and a lot of times people own their own home. It may be a shack. It may be like it may be a shack to us where Mod is living, but they're not paying no taxes. They've been on that land for years and years and years. They have a roof over their head. So you have housing, basic food, good weather. A lot of people are comfortable in Africa. That does have a heavy effect on them being motivated to want better. And so that's a mentality. So that's the mentality that I see. When it comes to that, so yes, you want to say that there's slow progress, but we're talking about since the 1960s, and we look at other quote unquote third world countries since the 1960s. Look at Dubai. You know what I mean? A desert, no resources.
Oh, no excuses.
Go ahead, go ahead.
May I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's a good thing you brought up with like looking at Dubai. You know who could be the next Dubai in Africa? Nigeria could be. But you know what happened? That scamming, the fraudulent culture, the government messing up a lot of the money that was supposed to be used. They had an oil fund because you know Nigeria has a lot of oil, just like Dubai, probably even more than Dubai, honestly. And I mean the UAE because actually the oil is in Abu Dhabi. That's who controls the oil money. Dubai doesn't really have any money, but that's another history, another lesson for another day. But anyways, basically they poured in like I think it was like $500 million, and it just disappeared. It ended up being just over a couple hundreds of $1,000s left in the fund. It's like to this day they don't know where the money is. Like who has that money? And the people there, are they complaining about it or rioting about $500 million disappearing? Imagine if that happened to the United States. Like, yeah, we're going to use this for you guys. Let's say we're going to use it for white Americans or even black Americans. We have $500 million specific for you guys, and it just disappears. Americans would be rioting from that. Like, how is it just disappearing? Somebody's head would have to roll. Somebody would have to be in jail, something. But to this day, nothing. So I say that to say that this is just a microcosm of examples for the whole African continent. This is something that's normal. It's something that's supposed to be put in place to fix something. It just disappears. The money goes somewhere else. A leader squanders it, and they go unpunished. So it's a common thing. And the only thing I can blame is the people, because if the governments aren't going to punish themselves, the people have to punish the government. Like the people can't be passive, be like, well, what can we do? They might kill us. I'm like, yeah, you're just gonna live a painful, stressed life, maybe starve to death. There's other ways that's worse than death. I mean, you suffering and struggling. I mean, hey, or you can pass away quietly. So I mean, a lot of Africans just are very passive in my experience.
And the playbook is out there. I can see if the playbook is out there. China has a playbook. India has a playbook. Like you said, Dubai had a playbook. The U.S. has a playbook. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You know what I mean? The basic elements of a functioning society. One is military, two is economy, and everything else in between. You know, so you know we know the three military powers. The three biggest, strongest military powers in the world are the United States, Russia, and China. And Russia only because they have nuclear weapons. And so the world playbook is pretty simple. Is that you have NATO that aligns themselves with the United States for a military alliance, and then the other two countries people can military align with would be China or Russia if they wanted to. So that's the first. You know, I'm speaking of as a Black American to say, what would I do if I was in charge in Africa? You know, focus on military first. You have to, you know, we live in a society now where, you know, countries can't produce their own nuclear weapons to have that leverage. South Africa did have a nuclear program, but, you know, they were, you know, tricked out of not having one. And now we're left with three main military powers with United States, Russia, and China. And maybe, you know, for the most part. So Africa has to align themselves with a military power. You know, whether it's the United States, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, that's the playbook.
Which is what is doing with BRICS, brother. I mean,
we're talking about military right now, not economic. We're talking about military. So,
hey, no excuse, man. Interject.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna make a quick point. I was gonna say they don't necessarily have to arm up to the teeth and be the best sophisticated military. They have the mineral resources corporations, big corporations depend on, so they can squeeze them that way. But when you have these court cases, like a recent court case, right? Because I have a legal background, so I observe some of these things. There's a legal court case that came out of the United States courts, I believe the Supreme Court, or was it U.S. Court of Appeals, whatever. Basically, it's Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, a lot of the big companies. They use, I believe it's cobalt or some precious mineral that's only found in a certain place in Africa that they need to power, like Tesla products, microchips, stuff like that. That's powering a lot of AI stuff and all this other technology, right? That people use.
It's in Congo.
Yeah. Oh, Congo. Thank you. Sorry. So you know what I'm talking about, Ronin Travels. So basically, long story short is the U.S. court has ruled that, yeah, I know you guys are complaining about child labor, but it's not the company's fault, even though they're employing people that have that authority over the children that's abusing the children, that's committing the labor. So it's like, yo, African countries, why aren't you, people of Africa, why aren't you standing up for that? Is it just because you're getting paid a few pennies on the dollar, or what? So I don't know.
All right, you interjected and then change the question, but go respond, Lozy, and then I'm gonna finish.
I won't respond directly to him. I just want to add to the DRC, the Congo issue. I believe is the cobalt, the rare mineral they're looking for in Congo.
Yes, cobalt. Yeah.
About 70% of the global cobalt, which is used in many electronic stuff currently. Now, that's our weakness as Africans. I'll take responsibility for that. And I wish many Africans can stop coming in the West and being arrogant, because if there's any bigger loser, it's us who cannot take ownership of the richest, the most diverse. Africa is not the richest continent in terms of natural resources. It's the most diverse continent with natural resources. DRC being the most diverse country with natural resources. I'll have to correct that. So they come there in the West, be arrogant, start to criticize Black Americans and judge them as if they've got something good going on from where they come from while they flee. I'm very aware of that. Here's the point. South Africa is currently funding the SADC, leading the SADC movement. It's South African military, Tanzania military, I think Namibia, or one of these small countries as well. We fighting the current wars that are happening there in DRC. One of the orchestrators of that war, like the other selling out countries, is Rwanda and Uganda, from what I heard. I'm not saying I've got a legit research on this or proof. And they coordinating with France and USA and Israel to create what's so-called M23. That is the rebel group in Congo. I believe my country and Tanzania, they are on the other side defending. And then you've got a situation in Sudan that is currently at war. The leadership of the opposition party of Sudan was in South Africa during March to speak with our president on the peace talk. 2 weeks ago, our president traveled to Sudan to continue the peace talk so that the war can stop. Earlier on, like I believe it's last year, when Niger kicked out the French imperial force out of their country, ECOWAS, which I believe is a puppet installed a group there in the West Africa led by Ghana and Nigeria. They tried to impose, to intimidate Niger, actually. They said they were going to attack Niger so that they can bring back the French. It was the influence of South Africa through AU that we said to ECOWAS, don't make any move like that. Don't attack Niger. And on the media, our leaders said they don't agree with the coup where they removed the president through military. But on the back doors, we pushed AU to not to stop ECOWAS from invading Niger. So there are countries that I know in Africa that try to hold it together and create stability so that we can all speak in one voices. I'm not saying there are no sellouts. You look at countries like Algeria. Their stand on Pan-Africa is very strong. They tend to support African countries. You look at South Africa, for example. You look at countries like Tanzania, Angola, Zambia. There's countries in Africa that do work towards the unification of Africa. We still have got puppets that are sellouts. That's just the reality that we are in currently.
Yeah, that's true. So I want to just kind of get to the fundamental the fundamental characteristics of a strong nation: military and economy. Like I said, the reason why the United States is the military power and the economic power in the world, because after World War II, power was consolidated, and the reason why we were able to have that position is because we had nuclear weapons. We were the first to use them, and therefore we became, we pretty much became the leaders of the free world, and everything followed from that. So this is just fundamental things. I mean, I don't want to get into the in-between things. I'm talking about fundamental things, military. Whoever has the best weapons has the strongest military, whether it's nuclear, bio. Right now, and the U.S. has, in China, there's a race for space because people, there's not going to be there's not going to be wars fought hand-to-hand combat anymore. It's going to be fought from up above. You know what I mean? So while Africa is catching up and say, oh, we finally have missile defense systems, we finally have stealth planes, we finally have sophisticated drones. By the time you get to that point, the U.S., China, or whoever, they're on the moon shooting all that stuff down because they're at the highest point. So what I mean. So I'm thinking at a high level. You know what I mean. And the leaders, well, I'll put it like this, and the Western powers are thinking of a high level too. They have they have nanobots. So how could even? No. Let me finish. Because science and technology is that's the whole point I'm trying to get to. You have nanobots now. You have technology where a foreign power can put nanobots in your country and destroy all your crops. They had a huge blackout in East Africa I think a month ago, and because something cut a wire at the bottom of the ocean on the South African coast. You know what I mean? That wasn't by accident. So the fact that someone could come in, someone can come in and cut the electrical grid, cut off, on your country, that's troubling. And so Africa is where it is because it has not been taken serious as a military power. The only way that an African nation can grow is that they have to align themselves with the military power. That's why NATO is so effective, and that's why Europe is so effective, because Europe has every country in Europe has a great economy. They may not have the military like Switzerland, Finland. They don't have the nukes, but they have the support of NATO. So that's one thing when it comes to economy. And building a innovative nation, you need education, and so that's what I've been preaching. Like, education has to be on the forefront. Just like Indians are known for being smart in math and sciences, Asian people are known for being smart in math and sciences. Africa is not. So we can talk about leadership. I mean, leadership is part of. We could talk about culture and all those things, but if you're not focusing on having military influence, aligning yourself with whether United States, China, or Russia, which you guys are doing when it comes to BRICS and the economy, but military should be prioritized over economy, because BRICS right now is dead on arrival. I'm going to say my thing on BRICS, and I'm going to let everybody else speak because I know everybody else going to have a lot to say. But my thing when it comes to BRICS now is that the United States, the dollar is still in power because currency is tied to exports. So as long as the United States is the largest exporter of technology, we're going to require countries to purchase anything we produce in dollars. You know what I mean? So the world is still dependent on our iPhones. They're dependent on our technology. They're dependent on our military weapons. We're still one of the most innovative countries in the world. So we export technology, and you have to buy our technology. You have to buy our products in dollars. Strategically, we've been buying oil from the Middle East strategically and we have our own oil reserve. We have the largest natural gas reserve in the world. But why are we buying natural gas or petroleum from other countries? Because strategically, you want them to use all their shit up first. You got to think about the long game. If Saudi Arabia,
can I go?
no, hold on. If Saudi Arabia can deplete their resources, let's say they can deplete their resources in 50 to 100 years, and now the United States is having the largest, fossil fuel reserves in the world, we have set ourselves up for the next 100 years. You know what I mean? So everything I see is at a strategic play, and a lot of people probably don't even realize that. I had another thought, but yeah, when it comes to BRICS, the exporters are going to require you to buy currency, to buy products using their currency. Africa does have things that they can export and require people to purchase in BRICS, but we're not at that point yet, because and the two more points I want to make is, and I have a finance background, the market, meaning consumers like me, you, corporations, they have to have confidence in a currency. So most countries in the world have U.S. Treasury stocks and bonds because our currency is rated A. We have a credit score. Every country has a credit score. Even Russia, during the war, was facing default on their loans. They made sure that they wanted to pay their bills, even though they're spending so much money on their war in Ukraine. They know how important it is to have a credit score, because having a credit score is a make or break for a country. So my point is that people have confidence in the dollar. People are still buying U.S. Treasury notes, Treasury bonds, because they feel like they can park their money the safest in the United States. It's going to take decades for people to even have confidence to park their money in whatever BRIC currency. Even the euro, even if because a lot of people compare BRICS to the euro.
No excuses. What if like BRICS has like issues with their payment system and stuff? If they do create some uniform currency and people start saying, I want to go back to that dollar thing. You know what I'm saying?
We're not even to that point yet. We're
not even there.
I'm just focusing on having a confidence in the currency. Labor is her currency is paid through labor. You know what I mean? So you can't. So to kickstart a currency, it has to come from labor. So that means that people have to start getting paid in this BRICS currency. People want to get paid in dollars. People are going to want to get paid. People in Africa don't even want to change the credit card.
That United States marketing is top tier. It's better than any country by a galaxy.
Let me finish. But people don't even people in Africa don't even want to. People in Africa still want to use cash. They're not even comfortable switching to electronic payment. So you think they're going to be comfortable getting paid in BRICS currency? They're still going to want to get paid in dollars, because that is confidence. If the currency does not have confidence, people are not going to buy into it. And then also when it comes to labor, you have to pay labor in that country. I don't want to get paid in a BRICS currency right now. You know what I mean? I don't want to park my money into a BRICS currency right now. So there's so many reasons why BRICS is dead on arrival, because everybody has confidence in the US dollar. No one has confidence in BRICS.
You know what I think with this panel, brother? I think you guys lived too long in that empire. There's a level of delusion in here. This is a make me feel good show. Like, I want to feel good about what I believe. But there's a strong sense of truth in what you said, especially the current domination of the dollar, which happened after World War II, which is a fact. And one of the biggest facts that actually I support is when you said America is still a leader in exporting technology, but you need to be specific. The technology that America is still holding on is the chip industry. After the China crack that, it's over, because China is also racing America in nanotechnology and quantum computers. And China is actually ahead in AI, artificial intelligence, ahead of America. In terms of manufacturing, China is beating America by distance now. Actually, China has overproduced than the global market. And that's why your Biden is trying to put tariffs on imposing a blockage to China's economy. It's actually America, your empire, that is dying, that is threatened by China and BRICS. Here's the reality. America is strong. America is still the dominating force in the world through military if we remove the nuclear weapons. If we use nuclear weapons, Russia is ahead. If we talk about economy, China is actually ahead of America. I'm not talking about living standards. I'm talking about the influence in terms of exports, imports, and manufacturing capabilities. America still holds the
given to them by American companies. Stop with that shit.
Allow me to speak. You will chime in.
They have the ability to rate that based on American companies that are running their business through that country. If we pull our businesses out of China, they are done. They don't produce that much worldwide. They produce to us. So stop using them as a strength. They're not a strength. We can move our companies over to it. India, like I was saying.
Mexico, even.
I think that this is the part where I say you guys don't do research and you are delusional. This is the same. Your politicians ran this narrative about China. They said if they sanction Russia and hold the $350 billion of Russia in their assets and freeze it, Russia will crumble. Russia is still leading in many ways, and Russia has grown internally. It's not an empire that needs to impose itself on others to actually grow. Russia internalize itself. Russia can sustain itself. And by the way, Russia is actually richer than America in natural resources.
Wait. What is Russia leading in? What is Russia leading in?
Russia is broke.
Right.
That's why they're trying to steal Ukraine back. They're trying to steal Ukraine back because the wealth is over in Ukraine, which they gave up when the USSR broke up.
When you guys gang up,
I had a question for Lazier. I just wanted to ask him.
Allow me to make a point. When you guys gang up to protect your dying empire, look, America will be in power for probably coming few decades. But in America,
2 decades.
Can I just speak? America won't lose its power in time, but there will be a multipolar universe where America is no longer a sole power alone. That's the reality that many of you are going to have to wake up to. The dollar will never lose its total influence in the globe, but the influence will be reduced. So we will see the world that divides either in continental regions or in the south and the west, or the east and the west. That's what we're going to see. The BRICS are going to build their own universal system that will trade with the West, but the BRICS, well, you can say that the BRICS will be more
because nobody in the world is going to trust China and Russia as reliable source for their money. They're not stable enough to handle a whole world currency.
Who's gonna buy China?
You guys, you are
their money in China.
You guys are delusional. If you think the world trusts America over China, you are delusional. The same country that has been invading, America has invaded more than 70 countries in the past.
I don't understand why you say that, because China puts a lot of money into Africa, but they put a lot of money in loans and support their governments because of the fact they're stealing your wealth. And at the end of the day, when you default on those loans, they steal your land. So let's be true about how China supports you guys.
Yeah,
they set you up on loans so that when you default on them, they take your land.
China got them in a 360 deal.
Pretty much.
And China has been known for manipulating this currency. No one has confidence in Chinese currency. They're manipulating.
2 years ago, they closed all their banks because the Chinese people wanted to withdraw their money from the banks when they had their real estate collapse. You don't recall that? That just happened about 3 years ago.
And they
had a big real estate
a whole
issue
world economy. Get out of here with that, man.
And they hold the most U.S. Treasury bonds and notes. They park most of their money in the U.S. They're the largest holder of.
They're tied to us. They're tied to the United States' success. Believe it or not.
Thank you. Through our government. Through our company.
Speaking of people who are defensive, you guys said so much about us being defensive in Africa. I think the truth is coming out. You guys are actually more defensive.
Lazi, I did have a question for you.
World economy is what the truth is.
You're deflecting though. It's not about being sensitive or defensive.
brother,
It's
excuse,
facts.
brother, excuse, I respect your
What is the economy based off of?
I've never
GDP.
seen
When
you-
it was
I've
based
never-
off
I
of
just-
gold
I just
standard,
had a
listen, when
question.
money was based off a gold standard, you in Africa could have a leg to stand on. But once they switched
Look.
off of the gold as the standard and moved to
The
GDP,
dynamic- the
America
global- the
doubles
global
what China can do in
That's
GDP
the reality.
alone. That's why we
You
stand
can-
alone,
you
and
can-
that's why
you
our
can-
dollar
you can
will
say all
always
that.
be more stable than any other country
Look,
because
look,
by
you-
and
you
large,
can say
America
all that.
develops and produces more GDP
Yeah,
than any
yeah,
other country in the world.
But you
That's-
can say
that's
all
fact.
that, but the current systems are being challenged. There's a global shift. The current systems are being challenged.
That's all hopes and wishes. Give me a fact. Give
But
me
you,
a fact.
Let me
well,
ask y'all something. What is the stereotype if you buy something made in China, right? What's the stereotype if you buy something made in China?
it's
right?
not
gonna
better
break.
than American made products. It's not better than American made.
It's gonna
It's
break
cheaply
apart.
made and it's gonna break.
Inferior to American made products.
You know,
So it just
sounds-
means
this sounds
inferior.
like
The only thing
every
China
food-
actually produces
you
well
know what this
is,
sounds-
is
you know what this sounds
iron.
like? This sounds-
Iron
this
ore.
sounds-
China's very good at it. Their steel is
Yeah,
second to none.
you know,
But
you
that's
know,
the
this
only
sounds
thing
like
China has over anything we do.
this sounds like what every loser in a crumbling empire will say.
Loser.
You know, you guys are gonna wake
You
up
sound
to
like a
reality.
hater right now.
But
reality,
You sound like
so
a hater right now, bro.
So
You know, guys,
America's losing, but they're one of the top GDP
are you-
growth nations out of all the developed
Ameri-
nations. I use that in
America
quotation
is
marks.
America is no longer the leading manufacturer, and the dollar has went down in terms of
Yeah,
global
yeah,
trade.
We got
that's
the dollar
intentional.
factor. That's what we got China and everybody else doing. What are you talking about?
Hold
We
on,
moved
hold
our
on.
businesses overseas for a reason.
Hold on
Cheaper
one second.
labor.
Hold on 1 second. All America has to do is launch a World War III and reestablish order. World War III starts today. We're gonna win. Africa is gonna lose. No one is going to. China nor Russia is going to. You don't have those NATO agreements. So you don't have agreements with those countries like NATO has with the United States. So if World War III started right now, you have no allies that are going to protect you from the United States. The economy, the world economy is going to shut down. Think about World War II. When World War II came, and who was the president? Eisenhower. Who was the president during World War II?
Eisenhower.
Eisenhower. When him, Eisenhower, Stalin, and who was it? Winston Churchill from the UK. When they all sat down together, they said, "You know what? This is how we're going to divide the world up. Russia got this, we got China, and they all made the agreement. So World War III start over again. Guess what? The winners are going to sit at the table and say, all right, if we want South Africa, we're gonna say we want South Africa. We're gonna set up bases. We're gonna extract resources. We're gonna do whatever.
Powell, you're right. It was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Sorry about that.
Roosevelt. Okay, so you have nothing to stand on if World War III started today. Like we're so technologically advanced. Look at what happened to Israel and Iran, right? Iran tried to send like 1,000. I don't know if it's like 1,000 bombs to Israel, and our drones shot down 99% instantly. You know what I mean? And so we're just capable, and they don't know. And then our capabilities from space is still unknown. So wanted to say the U.S. is crumbling and failing. We are not going to allow ourselves to be taken over. You know what I mean? If we have been the country of the country of fairness and not trying to dominate. But if we wanted to press our thumb on the world, we can do it. We can do it. So as Black Americans, what we have been trying to say is that, hey, we are, like they say in the belly of the beast, we are Americans. We're the closest group that can influence our federal government to show favor to any African nation if we were compelled to do so. You know what I mean? So we have influence because we are Americans. So don't think that we don't have power and we can't flex at any moment that we want to. The point of this conversation is to say, hey, when it comes to South Africa, it's going in the wrong direction as far as how it's going, politically. And we want to see powerful Black nations. We want to see Black nations that can be a military deterrent. We want to see that. We want to see an African nation that's like a China, that's like a Russia, that can be a military deterrent. We want, as Black Americans, we want to feel like we could go to an African country and be just as protected militarily like we are in the United States. There's nowhere I could go in Africa and feel like I'm safe from a world power. You know what I mean? Like every country in Africa can be pretty much, would lose a war pretty much to any Western power. So as a Black American, we want to feel like there's an African country that has leverage, because countries with leverage in Africa, they can speak up against injustices in the United States, or they can speak up against injustices in the other parts of the diaspora, just like China or Asian countries can speak up against injustices against Asian people in the United States. Hence, the Asians got a anti-hate crime bill, because of the leverage these Asian nations have. Africa doesn't have any leverage for them to even speak up on our issues, for our government to even make change. So this is why we're trying to press and and talk about Africa, because we want them to get angry. We want them to get angry and use that energy to say, you know what, we have to put our head down. We have to go without focusing on materialism. People want to have fun. People want to, these leaders, they get money out here. They go to Europe and want to buy, Gucci, and they want all these luxury things. They want to enjoy life. But just like I said, China did in the 60s, they had to suffer from enjoying life. They have to focus on science and technology. Until now, they have a middle class. They have people that enjoy luxuries. You have to have a period of suffering to focus on the bigger picture. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I don't know where the brother Lozy come from. There, he's back. We're not trying to attack you. It's kind of like I said in the comments, and kind of like I said earlier. Like, we care about it. Just feels like to us, Black Americans, or anybody, it doesn't matter. It just feels like those Pan-Africanists, Black Americans seem to care more about what's going on in Africa than Africans do. It just seems like that from an outside perspective. Is that the case? Probably not. It's probably not true, but it just appears that way if you just look at it from the outside in. And the way like people talk about it through the media, whether it's Black American media, whether it's African media, you'll always see people talking about, hey, what's Black Americans doing here in Africa? They're trying to establish, they're trying to reconnect. But when we get there, we find a lot of scamming, scheming, flexing going on. There's no creation of a middle class at all. No excuses mentioned the military. Yeah, that's non-existent, or it's not that strong. But when you talk to Africans, they'll be like, what can we do? What is the government going to do, even though it's not that strong, right? From a world standpoint.
But Malik, to even add to that, why would you think the military would be strong? Then they would rise up against the people that are trying to control their economy and their precious metals. So they're not going to support that.
Right,
And
but
no
those people are in their pockets, though.
Of course.
Those people are bought and sold already. X Corporation already has, African Countrywide already bought and paid for. They already looking at the elections. I've seen it for myself. Like, I'm speaking from experience, like seeing how these companies, will do that. Like, it's pretty obvious. It's public knowledge. You can like research it and look it up. Like, these companies are in bed with these African leaders. They'll play both sides of the fence. Like some people will say, white supremacy, right, is a global system, and they'll play both sides.
Right.
Just like here in the United States, Democrats, Republicans, they'll play both sides just to win. So,
right. And that's why I was proud of the AU for kicking out the French ambassador at one point, because of all the promises the French had made and the monies that were owed that were never paid, and they finally got fed up and they kicked the ambassador right out of the meeting. Do you recall that, Lozy?
Come again, brother. Can you repeat?
Do you recall when the AU threw out the French ambassador? She was a female that was in the mini, and they kicked her out because of all the false promises the French had made for years and have never held up to all the promises they had made in order to leverage the metals and all the different rare earth things they were getting from the different countries within the AU?
I might be wrong. I think you're talking about the Israel official. She was
No, it was before Israel's situation came up.
Okay.
France was still trying to advance.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not
in Niger. It was during the
No,
Niger conflict, and France was trying to advance their position, and the AU kicked them out.
Yeah, he's not familiar with that.
You're probably right. I can't recall. I'm afraid I can't have an opinion on that one. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you have any thing you wanted to say, Lozy?
Look, I don't know, man. My internet kept acting funny. I logged in with my phone and it came back on my laptop. Then I got back again. So I lost what you were saying at some point. I couldn't hear you. So I when I left at some point, I think you were talking about just give me a summary, brother. I would like to respond because I wanted to respond but then my internet happened.
Okay. I mean, it's not really worth responding. Let me just do this.
Oh, it was the American dollar thing and all America staying in power for the longest time. I mean, space, you're talking about being in the space, like we are so behind as Africa, China and America already competing for the space with Russia and all that. I mean, that's a fact.
Yeah.
All things are facts.
Yeah, I basically was saying if World War III started today, no doubt only U.S. would come out on top.
No, that's basically not true. But US is strong. So let me say this: Africa will lose. I wanted to respond to this specifically. You said Africa will be demolished. Of course, Africa at the moment can't find. Africa alone cannot even take on, I will say, France. France can demolish the entire continent. Africa, it's the weakest link at the moment, and Africa has got nothing to lose. So if World War III erupts, these guys have exchanged nuclear weapons, which will damage the planet. Anyway, Africa is fucked. Why Africa is an underground? It has nothing to lose at the moment. So only countries that are so advanced stand to lose a lot. Because any war now between America and Russia, it's not going to end well unless if they fight on the space, which at the moment we don't have technology to really do that. Now, when it comes to direct conflict, America is going to lose to Russia because when Russia lose on ground, because traditional military, Russia cannot beat America. But when Russia lose, what do you think is going to happen? Russia is the most strongest nuclear power now in the globe. Why do you think it's going to happen? So America,
where are you getting your information from?
They have the most stockpile nuclear weapons. They're not the strongest military in the world.
They've got the most advanced nuclear weapons.
They don't have the most advanced
No, they do
weapons.
not.
They have the most stockpile that's recorded, but who knows what's underneath the surface?
Yeah,
you know, these governments don't report everything.
Yeah,
Governments don't report everything.
No. With you guys, everything is America. Let's just argue that America is the greatest. You are the sole power. Everything is you guys, right?
No, Lazi, it's basically this. Do you believe that all those governments report everything accurately?
Point of order. Philip makes a good point. If Russia was so strong, why are they having a problem with Ukraine, where America can handle conflicts? Where America can handle multiple conflicts on multiple fronts and still be successful, but you guys, they're having a problem with just Ukraine.
Which multiple conflicts America has? Which multiple conflicts?
We've done several that you aren't even aware of.
America never fought any conflict alone. America is always partnered with NATO. Basically, Russia now is fighting. Russia is fighting the entire NATO.
Remember, I told you I was in Somalia. Hold up. I'm going to give you 1 point. You remember when I told you I was in Somalia? Wait, stop. I'm going to prove your point. I'm going to prove your point wrong.
Come on, dude.
Remember when I said I was in Somalia? I was in a Marine force of only 30 days. We established the NATO. We established the airport so NATO could fucking land. So don't tell me we need NATO. We help out NATO.
We the last to join. We was the last to join.
We do shit y'all don't even know we do. That's the problem.
Look, at the end of the day, these delusions that you think America is all the end power. No, power comes and go. History has shown us that empires have a habit. Empires have a habit of self-destruction. They self-destruct themselves as they grow bigger and bigger, and other empires rise as well. We live in the age where America is not like 20 years ago. This is the reality that
But
you
you
guys
have to
don't
show.
want
But we're from the look. But we're from the show. I'm from the. We from the show me era. So you have to show me. America has proven in World War II that Japan thought we didn't have. Japan didn't. They didn't know that we had the Joker in our back pocket.
Okay,
hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
They don't know. A lot of countries didn't know what we had in World War II, but guess what? They were surprised. So until another country shows us different, you can't say what we don't have because we've been proving it decade out of decade out of decade.
reality.
It's not a reality. Reality is you haven't.
Reality is China and Russia. Let's face reality. China is the strongest manufacturer now. Russia probably nuclear weapons, the strongest military. Russia and China are joined. This idea that America is still the sole power is just not true. That's why America is not fighting Russia directly. They are using Ukraine as a proxy. That's why it's not going to a direct conflict with Russia. They won't do that. Your own leaders they will shit their pants. They won't go to a direct conflict with Russia. They know what's going to happen.
But Russia won't go into a direct conflict with the U.S. either. Why is that, Lozzie? Why won't they come in direct contact with the U.S. if they know that the United States is supplying Ukraine with the weapons? Why is that?
And Russia is not claiming to be the sole power. It's not aggressive. So Russia knows their position. The delusion
Russia's not aggressive, bro.
No, Russia is not aggressive to USA.
Russia is not aggressive to USA. It's USA that is imposing itself to Russia. It's not. It's so don't make that mistake. I mean, you can defend your empire, but don't forget to use facts.
Okay, we're in an empire.
Yeah, you can defend your empire, but don't forget to be factual.
There's 152 sovereign nations. How are we an empire? We just happen to be the world's police because they can't police themselves.
Let me tell you the truth. There's only 4 independent countries. It's America first. America, it's still the most powerful country. It's Russia, it's China, it's UK.
But that doesn't make us an empire.
These are the only 4 independent countries.
And the problem, even with that, even if he gives us, hold up, even if he gives us credit for that, hold on, even if he gives us credit for that, we are still the youngest nation of all.
Yeah, that's true.
Ronan, hold the stream down. I got to step away.
Unlike you, I'm not here defending anything. I'm just stating facts while you guys are trying to defend your empire that has got a new challenge now. That's what you can admit. Unlike you, I don't have an empty pride and arrogance because I come from nothing. Africa is at the bottom, so I've got nothing to defend. It's you guys who think your empire is still like 20 years ago, which is not. Even the
Lazi, what country are you? What country are you from, by the way?
I'm from USA, but you can see my
South Africa. Okay, I just wanted to ask to confirm. Okay, thank you.
I love your choice of words of empire, and empire means we control many nations.
Of
like
course,
we rule over them. Now England had an empire.
Yes.
Okay, they ruled and were present in many nations. We're not in position. We're not in position to do that, nor do we require to have to do that. So why would you call us an empire?
After the American empire, no. The largest empire in history is the current one, America. The second will be the British.
We don't own any nations like that, so we can't be considered an empire. Go look up the definition of empire. I love the way people use words, but they use them incorrectly. I love the way people try to revise history, but don't really know their history.
You are in denial.
America is as a superpower. I don't know about empire.
America, it's a modern indirect empire. They don't need to own you directly.
So now it's indirect, not a direct empire. Now it's indirect. So you're changing.
Why is America having the largest military bases in foreign countries, brother? More than 800.
It's called negotiation. It's called negotiation.
Oh Lord, come on, dude. Are we doing
just like your nation should be able to negotiate your rare earth metals, but you're being taken advantage of? We leverage our positions. We leverage our strength. We leverage our positions. We leverage our strength. That's what we do.
I think I'm the matured one here. You are trying to win arguments. I'm trying to engage.
I'm not trying to win arguments. I'm giving you facts.
By all means necessary. America having more than 400 military bases in foreign land. That's an empire.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Do you think we're invited, or do you think we force ourselves there?
You know, the countries benefit from that too. You know,
thank you.
They get money. The United States pay for that. They get other benefits from having the U.S. military presence there.
Brother Foster, you are from the most developed country. You can do better than that. That's not my point. That's besides the point.
What
You
is
can
your
argue.
point,
So what's your point? Tell me.
My point is that it's an empire. The British Empire benefited many countries, including mine.
Okay. We agree. It's an empire. Fine.
No,
it's
I'm
an
not
empire.
going to agree to that because that's
What's
a
the point
misuse
of
the
saying?
word.
But what's the
That's a
point of him
misuse of
saying
the
that
word.
it's
Don't
an
concede
empire?
to that.
What's
Empire
the
is a
point?
misuse of the word.
What's the
Brother
point? What's your
Brother
point of
Malik,
saying it's an empire, Lozi?
Brother Malik,
Explain.
Brother Malik, just because an empire does benefit few gains every now and then to these countries they have got a hegemony on, that doesn't mean those countries mustn't strive for better where they can reach their full independence. They will always want to emancipate themselves because they know their potential. That's what
But they're
happens.
sovereign nations. They're sovereign nations.
You don't understand
Since
that definition. I said there's 152 sovereign nations.
I don't understand. They have their own president. They have their own government. They have their own laws. I mean, they're sovereign. They're not under the laws and regulations of the United States of America. So what are you saying?
Many people assume that people from sophisticated, advanced countries.
And in some cases, the United States aren't even neo-colonizing them. But go ahead.
You know the mistake we make is that we assume that you guys will have a strong intellectual capabilities or capacity, and I'm proving again that you guys are overrated. What I'm saying here is fact.
We control our own destiny.
Wow, Lazi, you want to insult the intellect of citizens of the United States. Wow. Even though most Africans are trying to come over here to gain our
we control our own destiny,
education, gain our resources. You know, we're so uneducated that we developed the most powerful country in the world, right? We're just lacking that much intelligence.
Let him talk, Malik.
Wow. You've resorted to ad hominem attacks, Lazi. I can't believe you. Go ahead.
Malik, two things can be right at the same time. You need to impress me because I respect you guys being from that empire. You get my point. I said that
I need to impress you. I don't need to do anything.
Yeah, but I expect a lot from you guys, especially with the claims that you are making.
What are you expecting from us? Hold on. Let's be clear. Right. Wait, Malik. He brings up a good point. You bring up a good point. What are you expecting from us? Because I've tried to give you solutions, and those solutions don't work for you. So what are you expecting from us? Let's get to it.
From the people who claim that they export the largest technology to the world, meaning they are the most intellectual people who are sophisticated, who are advanced. That's where the expectation comes from.
Okay. So then when I brought up the fact that we have Americans right now on the ground in Africa trying to establish their businesses, trying to establish communities, trying to establish infrastructure in countries that aren't there, but they're being stolen from, they're being scammed. They'll start to develop something that gets taken away from them. You'll do that to another Black American man, but you won't do that to the Chinese and the Russians that go over there.
And this is from sovereign African nations, by the way, because if it was under the laws of the United States empire, they wouldn't be doing that.
Wait, now you guys are making a lot of you're making claims. What did we do to Black Americans now?
We're not making claims. I've been there.
There's plenty
I've been to Africa. They will scam you.
There are plenty of brothers in this room, in this chat, that can give you story after story where African nations or people have taken advantage of them in their travel.
Have you been into Africa? Because I represent.
I've been to more than one. So and I've been scammed.
But brother, let's be fair. I can only speak for South Africa, which it's a different.
You can only speak to South Africa. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Brother. I cannot hold you responsible for the Jamaicans or the Haitians. That's a different nation to you guys, Black Americans. I can only maybe hold you accountable to a certain extent.
South Africa is run by white people, so you can't be held against anything that white people are already running for you.
Almost all countries on earth, with the exception of few, are run by white people. Almost all countries.
So you're talking about a situation in South Africa where you're the most stable of all the other nations.
We are
stable because of what? You're stable because the white people over there have established infrastructure. They've established systems and standards in order to adhere to a profitable economy and a population.
And I'm not shocked you are arguing for white people, but that's true.
I'm not. I just wish the rest of the country would get on board.
Remember, not all history of colonization and apartheid was just bad. Even World War II, positive things did come out of World War II, like computers, radios, and many stuff were invented during that time. So I don't know what's your point. What we believe in is that we deserve better. We can do better on our own. We need to choose
Then
fate
do it.
of our own
Stop
fate and
talking
country.
about it and do it. It's been
That's
since
why we
the
are.
60s.
That's why,
It's
yeah,
been
but
since
that's why
the
we are.
60s.
But that's why we are. That's why we are aligning
You ever hear
ourselves.
the point, Lozi? You ever hear this fact that
No,
says enough
no.
with
That's
talking?
why,
Now it comes to action. When is the
that's
action
why,
going to come behind the
okay.
talk?
After I say this, I'll ask you what the Black Americans are doing. But what we have been doing on our side is
What the
that
Black
we align
Americans
ourselves. Let me make a point. We have been aligning ourselves with other regional powers that are rising that can share skills and improvement with us. We work with them. We can improve our trade. We can improve our trade in all points. That's us, Black South Africans, trying to take charge of our future. What are you guys doing there in America? Black Americans.
No, give me an example of how you're doing that, because I haven't seen it.
Okay.
So what's the
South
example you're using that you're establishing? That's what you guys are doing.
South Africa is currently the most influential country in Africa politically, military, in terms of African sovereign state, even economically as well. We've got the largest companies that are across Africa. We also are the biggest trading partner in the SADC region, whereas all other regions of Africa,
white-owned companies,
Thank you for saying
white-owned
that,
companies
Lozi.
like De Beers.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
white-owns. That's not South African,
No, that's not
African
true.
Zulu-owned or anything like that.
Okay, but that's not true because
It
that's
is
not
true.
You
Make it
just said
clear.
that.
It is true.
You just said it. Now you're going to go back on it. You said
It
white
is
people
true. I just
run
was
the nation
clarifying
of
it.
South Africa.
I was just
Now you're saying
clarifying
that's
it.
not
'Cause
true.
you're going to make it seem like it's Black South Africans doing that when it's not.
If you
So
don't
clarify that.
allow me to speak, if you don't allow
Go
me
ahead, let
to
him
speak,
talk.
that means
Go
you're hiding
ahead.
something.
Just go ahead.
So-
Clarify, please.
So when I say white people control South Africa in all countries, I'm not talking about white South Africans. Just like in America, white people control America, but Black Americans are still making strike. They still own their own companies. There's Black
Really?
American companies in America.
Name a
So,
few that are
allow me
internationally
to-
known. Name a few that are internationally known, not locally.
What Black American companies?
No,
South
I
African.
said South African American countries.
Okay,
I mean,
I can,
South African countries.
Okay, Sasol, Eskom, MTN, Shoprite, Africa Rainbow Capital Minerals, Nala. There's I can keep going. I just named 8. You can Google this country at this company.
These are
Sasol,
black-owned companies that are internationally known.
majority of shareholdings. Yes. As Sasol is also there in USA, in the state of Aronesia. What do they call it? I forgot the name, how to pronounce it. There's an investment of more than $9 billion of Sasol company, which is a South African state-owned company. With
There
the
are
largest
some-
black.
You said South African states-owned company. You didn't
Yes,
say
the la-
black-owned.
The
A
largest
South
shareholders.
African black-owned company is
I
all
said
I'm
the
saying.
the largest shareholders, most multinational companies are not owned by one group of people. Most. So the largest shareholders, it's the contributing factor. The largest shareholders, I said.
Because all the companies that own those resources in
okay,
different countries
okay,
are white owned.
Enough about us. Let's talk about you guys. What are your multinational companies? What are you owning as Black Americans?
Well, I'll just say this: we're just the richest group of Black people in the world. So
That's a fact.
we're just winning in that department.
And
we're not even our own country. We're just an ethnic group, a group of people within a country.
Let me say this, Losi, to your point. Losi, no, Losi, let me answer. Let me answer real quick. You already asked one question. Let me answer it because Malik just spoke. To your point, I would say there was a lot of Black-owned companies, and they've sold out to white companies. So we did have a lot of companies, and here recently, within the last 30 to 40 years, a lot of the major Black-owned companies have sold out to the whites.
You owned your stock exchange as well, and they destroyed it. I know that. So the difference between me and you guys is that I'm not here to undermine any of you. Seems like you guys have.
We're not trying to undermine you. You didn't hear what Fearless. You didn't hear what No Excuse said. We're trying to motivate you.
Well, I do.
We don't understand as much. Listen, as
brother,
much.
we
No. You misunderstand. You misunderstand. As much fearlessness that you have in this room with a bunch of Black American men, why don't you have that same fearlessness in your own country?
And I'm one, and you guys are ganging up on me here. So here's the point. And we are 30 years to our independence. How long have you guys been free there in America? We are only 30 years into our independence. We started in 1994.
You started in 1994.
Well, guess who else was helping you guys from afar?
Black Americans.
Achieve that. Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
So put some respect on Black Americans' name.
And
That's
I
all I'm
respect
saying.
Black Americans. And I respect Black Americans. And the question is, why are you even undermining tones like willing to attack us? You don't even understand
Willing
us.
to attack you.
It's not undermining tones. It's criticism about how you guys
Brother.
behave, and your
Brother.
behavior doesn't lead towards solutions to the problems that you have. And the problem is we care about the problems and trying to come up with solutions, but we can't instill that in you guys because you're sovereign countries and it's not our country. We're foreigners. We can't do it for you. Nor should we.
It's not, brother. It's not like you guys have got everything under control.
You guys don't come over here and help us. Like, oh, let's help get those Black Americans reparations. You come over here, try to benefit, get your jobs, get a different group of women or whatever you want to do. That's what you guys come over here for.
Brother, Black South Africans are not big in that. In South Africa, we do have, even now, we have a whole movement of Black South Africans moving to South Africa. And we haven't said anything about it. Black South Africans are not big in moving to USA compared to other Africans.
That is true.
Don't paint us with the brush of other Africans. And I'm not for that. I always criticize them because they've got a loud mouth. They have a lot of shit to say about, and even some South Africans. I'll take responsibility for that. But we're not big in fighting Black Americans. I have seen Black South Africans who like to talk shit about Black Americans, and I always call them out when I have time. I'm not that person. So let's not always.
Well, I appreciate that.
You get my
point. You
Let's
insulted our intelligence earlier, but we forgive you.
No, you have insulted me as well. So I have to. I
never personally attacked you. You personally attacked our.
Yeah, but you're not. Yeah, but you're not alone on this panel where I've been ganged up by you guys, a lot of you, and then I have to defend my sovereign nation as well. You get my point. It gets to a point.
Our criticism comes from love, Losey.
These are not criticisms. No, these are not criticisms, bro. I know criticisms. I know criticisms. These are not criticisms. These are you guys trying to feel good about yourself.
No, criticisms rooted in facts as well. Forgot to mention that.
We have a question. Hold on. We have a question in the room. The question in the room is from Big Mike. He said, Losey specifically, do you feel more close to or with Black Americans or other Africans in Africa?
Honestly speaking, without these shitty panels that you guys have been giving me today, I feel more close with many Black Americans, and then probably some Blacks in the Caribbean. I've seen a few from Tobago and Trinidad, if I'm pronouncing it correct, and also Botswana and the Namibians are normally our allies. So these 5 nations I just named, Black Americans on top, they've given us a huge support back in our struggles. Even to this day, most of the times when I come across Black Americans on the internet, when many Africans gang up to attack us, is most of the times is Black Americans who tend to defend us and take our side. They understand our struggle more than any Black nation I've came across. And they are criticized. And I know when Black Americans criticize us, I've been in many situations where they tell us how we can do it, but the approach is different from this panel. I feel like this panel, it's more of attacking us than actually us engaging. It's more of you guys trying to be correct. Because I've agreed with lots of things you said, but it's rare where you guys agree with what I'm saying back to you guys. You see where the fairness has to we have to balance, because it's not like we are just dumb this side. I know we are majority, right? That's a responsibility I can take. We are majority this side on the continent and even in South Africa. That's the responsibility I can say. But we have been warned. That's the situation we are in. You don't have to kiss us and say we are dumb, we are stupid. No, there's a way to engage, because when you start to use words like that, I'm going to defend and say, hey, but you are also doing this and this. You see, you can engage with us in a very respectful manner where the conversation can grow all of us.
But Losey, to your point,
I take the side of Black
to this one point that you made. To this point, this whole time, I've tried to give you results as far as what you can do. One of the biggest things I've said to you was, why have you guys not stopped talking and started acting? Whether that means rising up, kicking like the AU did, French out of the AU, like Burkina Faso, you know, throwing out the corrupt leadership and the government. You know,
countries, I know those countries, but you are giving, that's where we differ. Those countries are way behind the advancements of Black South Africans. They are way behind, but they are in
right, because South Africans have had the leadership and the guidance from their white counterparts. And you've admitted to that.
How do you think we were able to stop ECOWAS from intimidating Niger that you claiming they freed themselves? It was us who control. We are the biggest influencers of AU. These are things you don't know. We are the biggest funders of AU as African country. We are the biggest funders of Pan-African government as big African country. We have got the most influence. I told you what we're doing in Sudan. I told you what we're doing in DRC. We are doing also in Mozambique. Our military is in Mozambique fighting as well because ISIS is in our neighbor. I've given you a lot of facts. You did not listen to that. You had nothing because your point is to criticize black South Africans. That's what you are here for. And even what I told you that we are doing on the continent, of all the things I told you that we're doing currently on the continent, you dismiss that. So how can people that we are actually most of the times on the front of protecting them, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, South Africa is one of the biggest trading partners even there in West Africa, and our government is at the front. One of our biggest trading partners is Ivory Coast as well in West Africa. We are basically the most influential African country. I told you this, military-wise, economically, technology, and all that. Of course, we have got the white people who also, as you said, helped us to build and get where we are. That's just a fact. I'm not dismissing any of that. But the reality is that we have to have a balanced conversation and look at things not in one direction, but look at all the dynamics.
Didn't you just say you wanted solutions?
I never said I want solutions because I
yes,
never
did.
asked.
We talked about a whole bunch of things earlier in this podcast. People give you all this talk, but they don't try to give you solutions. So the minute I got on the panel, I started to impose and talk to you about taking action on some of the things you were talking about.
I never told no excuse to talk about our country and give us advices. I called in because I felt like there's no balance. I had to come and speak for what is happening in my country regarding the current vote system that happened in South Africa, the voting results. I never said this show must happen. I don't think there's any South African who said that, but maybe no excuses doing this because maybe our people reached out to him. And that's possible. But I personally never said that. So I only called in trying to engage him, tell him what is happening on the ground regarding our vote. And then we ended up on this conversation.
Regarding what?
I think it's an important discourse to have, everybody. I do.
Yeah, but, I mean, you have to understand when you criticize someone and when you trying to undermine someone and feel good about yourself. I think anyone can take criticism.
Yeah, you're right, Lawsy. No one's trying to attack you. It's just that I guess people's passion behind the criticism can seem like an attack, but it is from a place of love. Like even Black Americans, they can be harshly criticized about what we're doing or what's going on and all of that.
I think that's the difference between our culture and theirs, is they don't understand a swift kick and a verbal butt. Hold on, you guys don't understand a swift kick and a verbal butt in order to get motivated versus somebody always speaking positive to you and not trying to push you along the road.
It's definitely a culture difference.
In South Africa, we don't have a vision of Tariq who's pushing back from all criticizers. So when you guys like to prop yourself so much, look, there's good things Black Americans have done, a lot of things I can name. But you're not perfect as people. You got your own shit going on. You just a better Black vision. Currently, you guys are better Blacks. I won't lie about that. Currently, you are the leading Black nation. That's just a fact. I won't disagree with that. But you're not a perfect. Don't come here and talk as if you're perfect. Now, let me make this. Let me make this point, brother. I have called in one of Uhuru channel. His name is what is his name? That fella. He calls himself Uhuru. He's based in Senegal, Nigeria, and West Africa, and Sierra Leone, man. Not I'm forgetting his name, man. There was once this panel where it was heated and people were just pushing Black Americans, as they always do. They like to feel good about themselves and bash Black Americans. And I just felt like, you know what? Let me just call in and call it what it is. And for me, on that panel, it was not me booty licking to Black Americans or trying to defend them. It was more of me telling Africans the truth. Why are we focused on what Black Americans are doing that side? Black Americans come from a background of where they were actually in a white-dominated country that enslaved them, and they had to rise above that. Today, they are a most influential Black nation, the wealthiest Black nation, and someone is feeling jealous of them. So they always attack them, but they cannot even build their own countries. I went there, I told them, look, we need to focus on the continent. We need to focus because we're the ones who sit with the most shit. The entire continent is being controlled. I told them, like, look, we should focus here and not for the sooner we can build Africa, even Black Americans will be proud of us. That's what I told them, because
that's a fact.
Bullshit, and I called it what it is. So I'm not
I
here
agree.
trying to defend my country or anything. I'm trying to engage. I was trying to engage with no excuse and just give him a broader perspective of what is happening in my country. I know he has been in South Africa. He knows about South Africa to a certain point, but I live here day to day. So I just had to give him a broad explanation. I'm not saying my explanation is the objective truth. I'm just saying I'm more better informed because I'm here.
So objectively, since you were in those rooms and you've heard the other African nations and what their opposition is to the Black American experience, what is it that they have a problem with when it comes to us, since you're in those rooms defending us? I'm curious to know.
It's envy. Envy comes from a place of either people who over admire you, who wish to be you, who are inferior to you, and then when they can't be you, they tend to resent you. So that there's a hostile. There's some, I would say, even maybe many Africans who could be hostile to that. The reality is, many Africans look up to Black Americans, and the media has created these patterns in their head. Some will resent and be jealous of that. Some will embrace that. I just don't know in terms of numbers. But when you come on the media, there's this constant thing that is happening where they just like to bash Black Americans, where we need to have a balance, and we need to actually let Black Americans be that side. They are dealing with whatever they're dealing with there, but they still surviving, and they're doing better than the Africans on the continent. Yeah, so I was just balancing that we shouldn't hate, we shouldn't be jealous. They're doing well. There's nothing to do with us. Let's focus on making our continent better. That's what I was just saying.
Hey, that I can agree with, Lozi.
Right.
Exactly. You guys.
So maybe there was a misunderstanding when we came on the panel, but it seemed like there was a lot of excuses being made, and maybe you were making the excuses of those people on the panel, not necessarily South Africa.
Yeah, because a lot of those talking points, when you felt attacked, like we were attacking you, was common talking points we hear amongst Africans throughout, the diaspora, right? We always hear them saying, "Hey,
this is the reason why we can't do this.
This is why we can't do this."
There's always an excuse.
You have a good government. They'll talk about the things that we have, and it's like, this is not something that Black Americans or
we didn't just luck up on this. We had to die for this. You get what I'm saying? Our ancestors had to die for this. We didn't luck up on it. It's not something that was given to us. We earned every drop of it.
They attack us as well. After Black American, I'll say the most Black that are attacked by other Blacks is us. They see the constant bashing they do to us. They do that daily to day, and I defend my country as well. That's why maybe I tend to understand your plight as well when they attack you, because I experience the same. And I'm not saying it's all Black, all Africans. I'm sure you guys are not saying all, but that needs to be dealt with. We need to speak on that, and we need to resist that, because it's just making us more resent each other. And I'm not for this kumbaya unity where we just get together. I'm more of the unity in economy. I don't care. Okay. I don't love other Africans.
We got another question from the chat.
Yeah,
Big Mike has got all these great questions. He wants to know from you, Lozi, would you rather have Black Americans immigrate into your country or Nigerian immigrants?
Oh no, I don't want Nigeria. No, I don't want Nigeria in my country. But
why not?
Even with you guys, I don't think you guys on this panel should come. But you've got money, the dollar can take you far. I can't stop that. But I'm for many Black Americans who don't have this attitude who can come here, because you guys are. You pissed me off today. So yeah,
we gonna piss you off. That's the whole thing. We give tough love up in here. Tough love is not something that you do gracefully. That's like you patting somebody on the head and saying it'll be okay. No, we don't.
I get it.
Wait, Lozi, I want to ask you a question. Do you think the reason why the other African nations are jealous of Americans, Black Americans, and Black South Africans is because of the proximity to a bunch of whites in their countries, respectively? Do you think that's why? Because I know a lot of Africans view white people at a certain status and idolize them to a certain degree. Some people. So
do they resent South Africans because of the white people in your nation versus their nation?
It's the same thing, because to be honest, globally in the past 2 centuries, white dominates the food chain. So proximity to white people, I'll speak for South Africa. It has put us in a better position than the rest of Africa. I'm not saying we are perfect. We are still poor, especially compared to Black Americans. We're not even close. But compared to the rest of Africa, we tend to have better living standards. That's why they migrate to us in numbers and we're not going into their countries. So people don't downgrade when they migrate, they upgrade. So that's what is happening. And some will resent this. I'm not saying it's all who hate us, but that hate is there and it needs to be addressed because we did not choose this. We actually come from a dark past where we had to fight as well to be where we are, and we still fighting. So we have to deal with the Western imperial power in our country and deal with other Africans as well. You see, and I think this is only Black South Africans in Africa who have to deal with both sides. I know Black Americans in America are dealing with the same thing. You have to constantly fight the white supremacy there and also deal with Africans who are infiltrating your communities and also having a lot to say about you and not seeing your plight while they still benefiting from your community.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that's the case, and that's where we do share a similarity, right? We do have that proximity to large groups of white people that's living amongst us, so other Africans probably feel just like, oh, I wish that was us, So I agree with you, Lazi.
Look, brother, I'll say this. When I got in this, because I was coming from also a defensive side because of the context that was there. I had to try to explain. We did not just vote for white people in South Africa. That's not what happened. I was trying to give that context. Maybe when we started from that engagement, you might have thought maybe I'm this typical African who has got these views. I'm not that. And I won't judge any of you if you thought that, because Africans have been given this bad presentation. And I can't keep saying, oh, we are South Africans. You are gonna look at Africa as one. We're gonna be brushed under the same people who are from West Africa or East Africa or Central Africa. Even if we're not the same, the cultures are totally different. But you are in America.
We understand Africa is a continent first, and then you have your individual countries. So we don't group everybody up in the same. We understand there are differences.
Oh, okay. I'm glad.
That's the issue.
Okay, I'm glad
you come in with that. Yeah. And why I definitely would wish that a lot of these countries would come off of whatever situations they're under and open up the border so there's common trade between all the different countries.
No. I don't. Okay. If
you say no, I don't want that. Why not?
If we open our borders to increase the trade in logistics only where it's monitored, I'm for that.
Yeah, I didn't say immigration. I just said open up for free trade and movement.
Okay, we agree on that one.
Yeah, like Europeans can move around different cultures and countries in Europe without any issue. Just like they should be able to do that in Africa as well. Not immigration, just be able to move between different nations.
Why is HB saying? Oh wait. Why is HB saying I'm a plant? I think this guy is the first time he sees me on this panel. There's quite a good number of Black Americans who have seen me in many panels. They know my stance. I think maybe HB Gone Global is the first time he sees me here. I'm sure that he has never seen me in any other. Because it's my first time.
Rosie, to be fair, I haven't seen you.
It's my first time I called.
Yeah, I haven't seen you. To be fair,
I don't know enough to make that statement about you. So
HB, you can come back up, brother. You don't have to be backhanding people. You were up here earlier. Did you fix your internet?
But look, on a good note, brothers, as Africans, it's our responsibility to stop being the cucks of this world where everybody just comes on the continent and do whatever they want and take our resources. That was a fact. That was a fact, and we have to suck it up and do something about it. I'm not removing us from that responsibility at all. I guess I was just trying to say, you know what? It can sound like an excuse, but it is what it is. We are defeated for a reason. We didn't do better enough, but I was trying to explain why we are where we are, and maybe probably bring in solutions to moving forward. My solution moving forward is that South Africa increase its military, internal military on the continent. We become a hegemony on the continent. These other African countries that are selling out,
we keep out. I don't know why you guys haven't done it yet. That's what I'm saying. If you're using America as an example, it's worked for us.
Yeah,
I mean,
but we are current.
The problem is we have a lot of American soldiers, and I can speak on this, that fight in different conflicts for all kind of reasons but not towards the benefit of America, but towards the benefit of those countries. And you spoke earlier about risking lives and not wanting to fight when you can't win. Sometimes you have.
That was brother. That was against the military that had even nuclear weapons. It was armed, and we had little that time.
And sometimes, like I said, as a Black American, we didn't care about that. We were outnumbered. We would still rise up. We would still fight our slave masters. We didn't care whether we were outnumbered and a different color. It's not like, here's the thing. When you're in an all-white nation, think about this. You're in an all-white nation. You're a dark-skinned person or you're a person of color. You're easily spotted. You got to run from the south all the way to the north. All the while, you can be spotted at any time, tortured, killed, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because you're an odd duck in the middle of a pond with a whole bunch of white geese. Okay. Yeah. But we still did it.
Look, brother, our people did do that. There were guerrilla attacks every now and then. They just probably, I would say, they didn't do it enough. There's people who were coming in, bombing, what do you call it? Very specific areas of economy. They will bomb them and run away. Some will get killed. There's many South Africans. You should come and visit our apartheid museum, brother, and see what was happening. I'm not saying I believe we didn't do enough. You look at the Middle East. I think the Middle Eastern countries are a good example because based on how much they're willing to die. You look at them throwing bombs even when they have nothing. You look at the situation of Palestine now. I mean, I don't like the fact that many kids are dying there and people, but the Hamas is still willing to challenge the Israeli military. That I take on Africans. I think the current Africans don't have that fighting spirit, you know. And in South African context, I will say we didn't do enough. But there were people who were disrupting, who were fighting back, but maybe we didn't do enough. I'll reach that conclusion.
Yeah, I think you guys could take a page out of the Jewish handbook. I mean, so can all the blacks around the world, really. But in you guys' specific case, you can because, you know, during apartheid, the racism, the different signs, all the laws that were against you guys, you can kind of take the page out of the Jewish handbook saying, hey, you know, you guys did this to us in the past. We got to change some things so it can never happen again. And if they don't like the laws, they can go. I mean, you got to kind of stand firm on that stuff. But opinion.
I think
and of course you don't want to just ostracize everybody and make them feel threatened like you're going to remove them. But you got to understand that things in the past have consequences in the present and the future. And they need to understand that because, you know, your country, you know, the economics is not controlled by the majority Black or Zulu or whatever other tribe class is the majority group, right? And that's kind of weird in a sense, right? And you need to fix that because in order for South Africa to do better or any African nation to do better, you know, the majority of the people that are the most majority need to feel like, hey, our people are being taken care of. But instead, it's like the minority class that's, I guess you could say the colonizers are essentially controlling the resources. So South Africa will be crippled because you got a majority of the people that aren't doing well, and you got this small minority elite class that is doing well and controlling everything. Yeah. So it's kind of backwards. Yeah, so you guys can take a page out of the Jewish playbook because they were ostracized, they were discriminated, but they end up finding their own nation, developing it. You know, they allied with a big superpower. They did all of that stuff.
Yeah, but that's a total different example. I wouldn't settle for that.
I know it's a different example, but there's lessons to be learned there.
Yeah, but let me say this. I think I also like the stand that our leaders took, the stand of understanding that you don't need to think stupid with your ego as a leader. Understand, the more you know your enemy and how powerful they are, the more you know how to act. There's no point in trying to prove a point where the country is going to end up looking like a dust, like a rubble, where we're going to take forever to recover. We took a long walk to freedom. It might look like we are cowards, but we managed to be at least stable for the past 8 years. And South Africa is home to richest blacks in Africa today. Actually, one of the fastest black growing middle class in the world. What I believe is that we had to take the decision we are taking so that we can grow stable. We will reach a point where we can be able to take back everything. We don't need to have fell into a civil war. We can take a long way to educate our people, transform our people, and eventually it will happen. Now, what is happening currently now, as I said, no, allow me to make this point, brother, because I'm giving you a perspective that I believe my nation needs to go. Now, you can give your opinion, but this is how I believe my people should go, and I've seen the benefits of the decisions our comrades have taken. Libya, after they dismantled Libya was the richest country in Africa under Gaddafi. The country hasn't recovered. It's gonna take many years for Palestine to recover. What I'm saying is that we managed under the turmoil we're going through to be stable than any country in Africa, one of the most influential black nations today. We have to fight systematically. We have to look at a system. How can we better ourselves? Meaning it's a technology. They took us over through technology. It was not us trying to prove a point and go to a gun battle with a knife. We have to be smart about it. We have to groom and grow our population first, educate them. If we can start to produce certain things on our own, that will give us a better position to start to fight back, to push back. And that can happen when Africa starts to unify itself and other global alliances that are willing to join us and trade with us. We cannot, remember, whites in South Africa are supported by the entire West. It's not actually us against these whites. They are gatekeepers. They are just the custodians of the satellite dish of the West. It's actually the West that is actually doing all these things in control. It's not the whites here. We must stop looking at this small population of whites here as if they control everything. They actually don't. But through the West, the Western support, and the West controls the technology that we are using currently, our banking systems, our equipment, most of our industrial machineries, even in the production itself. So we need to be very careful. We need to migrate to a position of independence while we're not taking the whole country to a turmoil where it will take centuries for us to recover. We need to be very, very careful with that. You can call it excuses, but it's us who will suffer here. You are in America. You live comfortable there. It's us who will go through the turmoil and see poverty. That's the reality that we are in.
That's true.
But do you recall when I said even though we were outnumbered, we still felt like it was important and we just could not wait? Were there white people that wanted to free us? Absolutely. You had the whole North that wanted to free us. But if we waited for the South to free us, that would have never happened. So we had to force the issue.
The Black Americans did not go through Palestine or Iraq. It was basically like what the Indians went through in South Africa. It was slavery. They still wanted to use you. It's not like they were butchering you every day and killing you. Even
yes,
when
they
could have done.
Do you not know our history? We used to take our babies and feed them to alligators as bait. What are you talking about? They were killing us at a phenomenal rate. If we didn't do what they wanted to do, they would cut us off. They would cut our limbs off. They would do all kinds of
which Black American military organized and challenged the white supremacy in USA?
Well, they had a bunch of rebels. I mean, it wasn't really
organized. Buffalo soldiers.
Buffalo soldiers. They had
people that came from the north.
Black groups in Florida, free blacks in Florida that was fighting.
Their own groups.
I mean,
joining the
bunch of local militias.
Did they do Iraq on you or Palestine? I mean, guys, let's be fair sometimes. Let's have a balanced.
We just trying to give you the historical context.
No, but
you were saying historical inaccuracies.
But you
were asking us questions.
Your mistake is that you are assuming that we did not challenge your fight and you guys did all the fights and all. It's not like you guys went to a direct war and organized with the white. They were going to wipe you out.
There was a whole civil war fought over slavery. What are you talking about?
He missed that part.
Where's the civil war fought over African?
Okay, guys,
there was not a.
You were talking about every now. Like
I think South Africans were freed under a consensus based on what Mandela did, but at the end of the day, it was basically given to you guys under a consensus after they saw what happened in America.
Right.
And they didn't want that to happen in South America. They didn't want that to happen in South Africa. Correct me if I'm wrong.
people like Malcolm X, MLK, they were just like Mandela. They were all trying to do political stunts and negotiate. There's nothing else. It's not like you guys had military where you could challenge the white supremacists. I understand they had numbers on top of that, but I'm saying it's not like you guys went down that road.
But not having a military makes it even more impressive. It makes it even more impressive what was done.
The Maroons in Florida, they had.
Yeah, that's who I was talking about. Thank you, no excuse.
They had military. They had a military advantage over the Americans.
When did they go to war with the white supremacists? When did they go to a war direct?
They did go to war, and the whites were defeated, but they fell for. They took a deal. They took a bad deal, a peace deal that didn't work in their favor.
But that's just like the many wars our tribes defeated. The British won some wars, and at the end we were defeated. What's different with that story? What's the difference?
No,
the contribution towards your freedom is that
you made a statement about what military or militias or whatever.
Look, black Americans are better than all blacks. You're better than us, but are you free? I mean, you can't be having all. You can't always be bashing us and then. You guys talk as if you freed yourself. You are all this shining black nation. Come on, man.
We're a minority. We're a minority group, so we have an excuse.
That's the excuse you will always have. But your own ancestors. But when they defeated
the point, Lozi, we were listen.
West Africa.
Let me make this one point. I'll be done. Let me make this one point. I'll be done. What you're missing, Lozi, what you're missing is like what No Excuse said. We are a minority amount of people here. And we still listen, and we still fight. You are the majority. You can overwhelming majority, you can throw out anybody in your nations and you still refuse to do it. You want to do it by peaceful means. That doesn't make any sense. You think white people would do it by any nice? Oh, could you please give us this? They're gonna take it. White people, if you demonstrate, if you even know history and you know how white people act, they conquer things. They don't ask, they take. Why are you asking?
It's not like you guys fought hard to come back to Africa.
Our ancestors absolutely did, and that's just the problem with FBAs.
Here we go, Lozi. Don't go down.
No, listen to what I'm saying. We're not going to a stupid war to impress you guys and run our country.
That's nothing to do with impressing us. Impress yourselves.
No.
Impress yourselves.
We are doing what we are doing for the interest of our country, and we're not complaining to you guys at least, right? We are looking at the best interest of our country. We're not gonna take your advice where you are saying you are living in a cozy environment there in America. You can't be advising us to say go to a
war. It wasn't cozy a long time ago. It's cozy now for a reason. It wasn't cozy back then.
We are going to protect our country by being very careful so that we don't run our people to a stupid death. We're not gonna do that.
Lozi, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If Black Americans moving to South Africa, would that be an upgrade or downgrade?
It could be a downgrade in terms of living standards, infrastructure, but in terms of the dollar will put you in 1% as a Black American with the dollar. It gives you more access to better infrastructure than all of us.
Let me rephrase the question. As a Black American, I'm comforted by our military capability. I'm comforted by our strength of our dollar. I'm comforted by the rights, the laws. We can still fight for rights legally, up to the Supreme Court. So we have a lot of protections militarily, legally, and economically, so forth. So would a Black American relocating to South Africa, would it be an upgrade or downgrade as it pertains to those things I mentioned?
It will be a downgrade. I mean, you live in a country that has got a GDP of more than 20 trillion. You are going to a country that has a GDP of 100 billion. Obviously, brother, that's not the best question to ask. It's obvious. But what I was saying is that you still gonna have better infrastructure than almost 98% of South Africans, just because of the dollar. You won't be in America. You've got total access to the entire world-class infrastructure because the whole country is developed. You get best of the life. But in South Africa, you will have access to that little portion of the first world while everybody's surrounded by turmoil. You might not like that. That's what might make you feel like you've downgraded for most part. It's a third world. South Africa is a third world. It's not a developed world, or it's a second world, however they called it. But we are not the first world.
Gotcha. So I want to close. I got to close a closing statement, or what's the word you want to say? A monologue, a closing monologue, and then I want you guys to close. So after I go, I would say that Malik could follow, Ronan can follow, and then I'll let Lothy say the last word. So here is the question that was raised earlier was that how could it be possible that whites can take over South Africa? Currently I feel like they have taken over to a certain extent. So in any democracy is based off majority rule, right? And so I always said that there's two majority rule factions. You have majority rule by population, and you have majority rule by who has the majority of money. Those are the only two things that control a democracy, majority rule. So in the United States, Black Americans, we can't exercise majority rule because we're 13% of the population. So the only thing that we can possibly have leverage in is we have majority rule by wealth. That's why I preach, Blacks need to have wealth. We need to be the ones that have the top 1% of wealth so we can control politics like the top 1%. South Africa should have two majority rule aspects. They should have majority rule by population, meaning that the Black South Africans, they are the majority, so they should be majority ruled by that. And South Africa should be majority ruled by wealth. Whites have the majority. Whites have the majority rule by wealth. So you have those conflicting things. So the fact that whites have, majority rule by wealth, that means that they can pay Black politicians as being puppets, just like the top 1% in the U.S. Whether it's the people that you can't mention have control over things in the U.S., the Rothschilds, as people refer to, the Bill Gates of the world, all these people that are not the 1%, the 0.1%. So if you have either of those majority rule dynamics, then you can have true control of your country. But the fact that South Africa has a majority rule by wealth with the whites, that means Blacks can be puppets under that system. You were supposed to counter that, since you have majority rule by population, by voting for your best interest. And Black Americans look at your best interest is to be a majority Black country with majority Black ideologies, and basically being a wealthy nation without the threat or presence of white supremacy. So you guys have not accomplished that, and that's the frustration Black Americans have, because South Africa is basically America 2.0. So whites can have power. They already got the wealth. You haven't taken a step forward to redistribute the wealth so that the Black South Africans can have the majority of the wealth. So there's no strategy on redistributing wealth. And then the other play that you have is your voting in a majority, but you have not leveraged your vote. So the whites going to continue to have the leverage economically because they have been empowered more, meaning that they can increase more wealth, they can protect their wealth, and there is going to be another 4 years to the next election cycle where the white wealth is going to be protected and probably grow. So it's a step back economically, and you just take away from that majority rule aspect. once, if or once, there's more European migration to South Africa, more racial mixing, because how the colors, that's another conversation, how the colors are used to side with the white class. You get a growing colored population, you get a growing white, because white people are immigrating to South Africa in numbers. And and so you're going to create 150-year dynamic where the white population is going to be 10%, 20%, 25%. Even if they don't surpass in numbers, if they keep recycling that wealth, the Black South Africans will be a permanent poor class. So I'm going to land my plane there and go to Malik, then Ronan, and then Loza.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'll try to answer because I agree with a lot of points you made. No excuses. What you said, I'll probably be kind of repeating it, but using my own phrasing and words as well. But my first point is white idealism, right? I feel as though that's a big issue throughout many African countries, even particularly South Africa, because I personally feel if there was no idolization of whites in South Africa, a lot of issues probably wouldn't be happening. And we see that through, a lot of Africans may, still idolize white people, right? The media, the indoctrination, it works wonders. And a way to solve that is through media to kind of deprogram their minds and stuff like that. In my opinion, you got to build up black media. You got to really market, the opposite of saying, hey, whites are doing nothing but great. Everything great is white. You kind of have to deprogram that and go the opposite direction of that. The second point I wanted to make was the economic point. You got to own and control resources as the Africans in South Africa. Like you have those big companies, the resource companies, all that stuff is majority owned by the white South Africans. They're making all the money, even if they have other countries in bad deals, I think. Like even for Ghana, for example, a white South African company owns a lot of that gold stuff there, along with the UK. So they're getting a lot of money, but it's not trickling down to the Black South Africans and how they're treated. So ownership, control of the resource is very important. My third point here is Black South Africans being off code, right? They're not doing things in the interest of the group, what's best interest of the country. Like you mentioned, even politically, they possibly selling out, coonish behavior, some things that happen here in the United States as well. But one thing we're not on is the tribalism. That could be a potential issue as well, and flexing, which I believe all blacks around the world have an issue of doing that. But that's just an ethnic group issue that we have. So those are the things I wanted to outline as some of the problems and the reasons why the white majority is out there controlling South Africa the way they are. So thanks for having me on the panel. No excuses.
All right, no problem.
I just want to thank you for allowing me on the panel. No excuse. As always, yet another great conversation. And at the end of the day, we can agree to disagree, and hopefully Lozy understands when Black Americans talk, it's not out of hate. It's like tough love. It's like trying to slap you awake, and sometimes you just can't be nice about slapping somebody awake. And we're rooting for you guys. We're wanting not just South Africans, but all of Africa, all the nations of Africa to wake the fuck up. Okay. When is enough enough? And pretty much everything you said, no excuses, right on point. So I don't want to belabor any of the other points that you made because they were spot on. It's just a matter of the way we speak is not as, oh, we're envious or jealous. We really want to contribute. We have brothers over there right now wanting to contribute to different nations, and they're still running into problems, even as Black Americans, with Black Africans trying to take advantage. So at the end of the day, it's not a thing of insulting you or trying to belittle you. It's like trying to shake you awake. That's what we're trying to do. Trying to motivate you, get you mad. You guys have a disposition where you sit back and not necessarily sit back. I don't want to use that word because it's a bad choice of words. But you kind of lean back and kind of like it's going to happen in time. Like if you believe in God and having faith for God to move mountains for you instead of, getting up and trying to move the mountain on your own. And then God taking over and helping you finish it. At some point, somebody has to initiate something. And that's what we're trying to make and motivate people that even play this back. You being the devil's advocate and only one in Africa that we're speaking to, it sounds like we're beating up on you, but we're beating up on everybody that's listening. You just happen to be the person on the panel. So I want you to understand that. And with that, I'm going to allow Lozy to go ahead and finish off, but no excuse. You did an outstanding job. I appreciate you, brother. Every time you bring up these topics, they're much needed.
Okay, before you say something real quick, Lozy, even white Europeans, they cringe when they see Black Americans in Africa. Like they hate the idea of us educating them on white supremacy, the playbook. If there's a reason they feel a certain type of way when they see us over there. So I just wanted to get that out. But you could go ahead, Lozy.
Yeah, look, I do see your point, all of you, but I have to disagree on one thing. I don't think it's a numbers game as how you guys want to make it, because you keep falling back to say the presence of the 7 million or 5 million white South Africans in South Africa. It's all that. It's not. I kept saying they are like a satellite state, just like how Israel can infiltrate the whole Middle East, even although their population is roughly 15 million. But because they are backed up by the powerhouses, they are capable of doing that. You look at Africa, we are the richest blacks in Africa, even when we have got white people. The Africans, who some of them are the countries don't even have white people, they are the poorest. It's a global white supremacy system. It's not that it just because we have got white here, that's why we cannot take back our economy. That's a scapegoating and a cheap way. This is bigger than the local white people and black people in South Africa. It's a whole global trading chain that is controlled through technology and the hierarchy of race, which is white people sitting on top. Now, you guys, I understand in America, you found a niche. You will always say, because we are 13% here this side, we can't do that and that. And it makes sense. I understand from the numbers there, white people are a lot. That's a great excuse you can always pinpoint. Now, we cannot have an excuse when we use the white people here. They are 7 million. How can 7 million control 48 million black South Africans? That's because we are not controlled by this white here. It's a white supremacy that is global. The same why Nigeria is poor with 200 million Nigerians can't do anything even when white people are not there. Kenya is poor with 54 million Kenyans. White people are not there. It's a whole global system, and the only way we stand a better chance is to centralize the system on the continent. Find a universal continental system that we speak in one voice. Even if we speak even if we keep our own countries, but we have got that central code that says if Burkina Faso is to trade with France, this is the African law. This is the African code. You follow this. You don't sell your goods or your material at this price. We all use this kind of African system. At the moment, Africa is being dismantled. South Africa is not fight. Our war is not against these white people here. We will wipe them out. The thing is, they are backed up by very, very powerful countries, and that's one thing we don't have. The continent is not even in shape. That's why we join other countries that can forge alliance with us. The reason why we have got a close relationship with Russia is because Russia has got a history of supporting us with everything through our struggle, with resources, arming our people, educating our people to come fight. Only when Soviet Union was dismantled and that ambition stopped. But Russia came back with BRICS. They saying, let's continue from where we left. And I'm not saying Russia is perfect. They're obviously looking for their own gaining interest. But it's a devil that we have to look in the future. Say, you know what? Let's take this risk. Let's align with these guys and see if we cannot at least get close to our base of independence. We have to start somewhere. That's what we are currently doing. This idea that white people in South Africa are controlling all that by themselves, it's not. They have always been backed up by the British Empire. When the British Empire fell, they were backed up by America. That's why your black American brother, who's an ambassador to South Africa, said,
he told Biden quickly that we are sending war machines to Russia to invade Ukraine. You see that there's also a sabotage. And I'm saying it's our responsibility to block all that as Africans. I'm not removing that. But the reality is that is happening. We're not just fighting white people here. We are fighting the entire Western imperial force that is very, very at their prime. They are still strong even to this day. So we have to remove this notion that, no, we're fighting these 5 million whites. I mean, that's you trying to make us look like we are stupid. How can we will wipe them out, brother? But then at the end of the day, we know who we're fighting, and we cannot stand America, brother. They will come with all gun blazing. None of black Americans are helping Zimbabwe. 6 million Zimbabweans are living in South Africa. They have to compete for the fewer resources with us. None of you guys who are advising us to do that and that are taking 6 million Zimbabweans into your communities and saying, oh, we love black people, let's come together. No, we will be the ones who face the music. So we are being very strategic, calculative, and careful, because the reality is no one can really stand that level of poverty. Now, we're not as brave as Middle Eastern who are willing to bomb themselves stupidity to fight for their right cause. We believe that it might take long, but eventually we will get hold of what we believe we can have. China did not just go to a war where they fought everyone. China actually went through a century of shaming themselves for being colonized. And China had a comeback, and today they're back. They did not go through a war. They did not go back to Japan and avenge Japan. You know, they grew themselves internally. And I believe that's the position we should take, especially when our enemy is this powerful. We need to grow internally ourselves, arrange the continent, organize the continent. When we start to speak in one voice, maybe things might take a better shape, but that might not be in our lifetime. I don't think that will be in our lifetime as well. So that's just my conclusion. My conclusion is that we're not really fighting this 5% white people. It's a global white supremacy system that is holding everyone. Hence, the countries that are in Africa that don't have white people, they are the poorest, while they've got all resources. Where are those resources going? They don't have white people.
Well, I'll end the stream with this. So, Kenya is the first African country that is classified as a non-NATO ally. Kenya, probably second to Nigeria, has the highest Kenyan immigration, African immigration to the United States. The point is, Kenya has decided to establish those relationships with the U.S. From a military standpoint and now economic standpoint. Now, I have my negative thoughts about that because, okay, Kenya is going to be this puppet for the U.S., but at the end of the day, Colombia and South America is, Dominican Republic is, a lot of these Latin countries are siding with the U.S. because you have, like I said earlier, you have to align yourself with a world power. So what does the future look for Kenya? Kenya, maybe the U.S. might want to build a military base, but Kenya, the U.S. is going to allow Kenya to thrive and be a powerhouse in Africa because of that. So the issue that I have and others have with South Africa is that we understand, yes, South Africa will have to align with a China or Russia or the United States, but you can align with those countries with black leadership. You don't need white leadership to align with those countries. Kenya has black leadership in aligning with the United States. You know, other countries have alliances with Russia or even China with black leadership. So what we're saying is that, yes, you need to align. Yes, you need to align yourself strategically with partners, but it should be under black leadership. You know what I mean? You don't need the DA. You don't need white leadership to align yourself or to have treaties. The United States will prop you and allow you to grow and thrive just like a European country if you align yourself with U.S. policies, for example. And you can still have a thriving country like Finland, like like I don't want to use Brazil, but like Chile, like good examples are like Japan and South Korea and Taiwan, where we have military bases, but we don't push too hard on Japan. We don't push too hard on South Korea. We don't push too hard on Taiwan, even though we know militarily we have an advantage. We allow them to be sovereign nations. We allow them to grow. Japan has had one of the highest GDPs. Is one of the smallest nations that had one of the highest GDPs in the world for a long time. South Korea as well. So my point is that South Africa can be like a Japan, can be like a South Korea, can be like a Taiwan, can be like a Singapore, can be like a Chile, because they all align themselves with the United States, and they still have Japanese leadership. South Korea has South Korean leadership. Taiwan has their leadership. Chile has their leadership. South Africa.
You're not being fair. We don't have white. DA is not in power. We don't have a white president. DA has had more than 20% for more than 15 years now. This is not new. Do you think we are a member of BRICS because of white people? White South Africans cannot wait to take South Africa out of BRICS. We are on BRICS because of the black government that is still in power, brother. The only thing that happened now is because some votes from ANC went to the other black political parties. DA always, constantly, they managed that more than 20% for years. Why is the outrage now? We're sitting with BRICS, with them having 20% votes. That has always been the case. It's not new, brother. So I don't know why you're saying we still have got leadership.
Your argument was that you have to accept that you have to accept the white power structure in South Africa, that you have to accept it. I'm saying
all black people in the world have accepted white power structures. There's no strong black nation that can stand the white people or not controlled by white people. So what we are saying is that this power structure is so powerful at the moment, we cannot take it down on our own. We need to align with countries that are willing to stand and fight this power with us side by side, because which black nation is strong to stand with South Africa at the moment?
But
you can stand with Russia and China.
It's one thing to be punked from the outside, but it's another thing to be punked from the inside. You know, yes, countries are controlled by white supremacy, majority black, things of that nature, but you are being controlled in the inside, in your face. But it means a big difference.
Brother, me and you, we live with white people, and we are the second richest blacks. You are the most richest blacks. Which one is worse, brother? Blacks who don't even live with whites are having it worse than me and you. This idea that just because you live with white people, they control you the most is not true. The indirect control is worse. More African countries are living, the people are living to come to America more than us black South Africans. So let's not confuse things. These countries are far from being free. The West African countries were still paying their currency to France. They just ended that nonsense last year. The Niger, the Mali, the Burkina Faso, they were paying about 500 billion of US dollars to France. What kind of freedom are you talking about, brother? We are the only black nation. We are the only black nation that is on BRICS. BRICS, it's a global rising power. It's not yet full potential. But we're the only blacks who are making those kind of moves. Name me one black nation that is as advanced of making such moves, and USA will allow them to do that.
I'm going to tell you, well, you can say allow, but we had the Black Wall Street. We had black institutions, black communities that was thriving before.
You know what? No excuse.
Hold on, let me finish.
Brother, we'll never agree. I have to accept that we'll never agree, brother. I try to reason as much as I can. You guys.
So what I'm trying to say is that integration has not been a successful model either. So while
but me and you, we are better off than other blacks, brother. You are better than us. We are better than the rest of blacks. So
because of integration.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's because of integration. You just brought that up. I'm saying this idea that because we live with white people, we are the most controlled. It's not true. Why are the so-called blacks who don't live with whites not the strongest? Why are they not the richest? In fact, they run into white countries. In Africa, they run into South Africa where there's whites. Around the globe, they run into UK, USA, Canada, where the white people are. So this notion that they're not controlled, it comes from where, brother? The indirect control, it's worse because they don't even know the enemy they're fighting. At least we black South Africans live with white people. We know how they behave. We know how to fight them. You know how to do that. They don't even know how to do that. In fact, they run into white countries for survival.
Right, you're right about that. What I'm saying is that we have learned through we have learned in segregation when we had our own communities where we focus on our own economy. We surpass whites in production and in
No,
dollar
you don't.
circulation.
No, you don't.
Listen, you're not letting me finish. Back during after slavery, when we were free and we had to be on our own, we had a strong economic community. We proved to ourselves, we shown ourselves, before integration that we can thrive being separate amongst white people. Once we
Brother,
came,
will you go live in Nigeria now? Will you go live in Nigeria? If you ever live in Africa,
you're not understanding my point because you don't understand some aspects of American history. What I'm saying is that we had a history of segregation, and then now we have a system of integration. And while we live amongst whites, we benefit from living amongst whites. When we were segregated, we had more wealth in our community. Conversely, South Africa lives amongst whites. You have the numbers and ability to create your own economy without depending on the white man's economy. This is what I'm saying. We had, like I said, we had our own banks, universities, textiles. We had all these things to produce many economies in the Black communities. We were creating wealth to the fact that we were more wealthy. I think Blacks were the most wealthiest group in the state of Oklahoma at the time. So we did integration. We started to depend on white people. When we were segregated, we didn't depend on white people. We were more prosperous for it. So what I'm saying is that South African, you can live amongst white people, but you don't have to integrate into their economy. You could create your own economies, and then you can surpass the majority wealth aspect by creating your own economies. You don't have anything like the Ku Klux Klan or the federal government impeding on the progress of Black communities like we did in the United States. We built up things and had them tore down because we were in a minority. You're in a majority, so you can create your own economies. You can create your own tourism. You can create everything because people will support you because of your Black that's visiting, whether it's tourism, whether it's mining, whether it's real estate. You have the numbers to create your own economies and surpass the wealth gap, but you're depending on integration, which is holding you guys back. That's all I'm trying to say. If you want to say anything, Lothar, you can respond if you want to say anything.
I'm not gonna respond and take long because I think we're gonna keep going back. So you are right about us not owning the majority of our economy. So before I go, let me break it down in 30 seconds. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which is the wealthiest in Africa, it's worth 1.360 trillion US dollars. That stock exchange, Blacks today control more than 30% of the listed assets on the stock exchange. I mean Black South Africans, making us the wealthiest group in Africa, probably the second or third richest Blacks on earth, either after the Caribbeans, or after the Black Americans or the Caribbeans, or we are directly after the Black Americans now. Now, on that Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the 30% of it is roughly more than 350 billion US dollars to 400. That's more wealth than whites in South Africa. They control 23% of Johannesburg Stock Exchange. They are still rich with wealth per capita. The remaining of the stock exchange, that's where they always say 10% controls 70% of South African economy. It's not 10% in South Africa. The whites here control 23%. The remaining is the multinational corporates, which most of them are the Western whites. So they are still whites. That's why they say whites control most of our economy. It's through that stock exchange that the local whites who control 23%, which is still more wealth per capita than us, the whites in the West still control the remaining. And that's because that stock exchange is a stock exchange that was built before even apartheid. So some of the companies there are tied and attached to those countries and the whites in South Africa from the olden days, which we continued with after apartheid. That's where I'm saying you are correct about the integration. But the reason because of the integration was because when we gained our so-called freedom in 1994, we were not in position of starting to build on our own. We had nothing. We had to start building from what was there, have a foundation, and start to. Oh, it looks like it's integration, but the economy in South Africa, there's a black economy, and then there's a white economy, and then there's an economy where we are mixed with whites and all that. That's why I was even giving the companies that have got majority of black shareholders and all that. So it's not like this idea that we don't. It's been 30 years for us. It's been just 30 years for us, and we are already the second richest blacks or the third richest blacks. For me, I'm proud of that. I say my people can still do more, can still do better, but I'm proud. And this beating this notion that you guys are just advising us, we can just. I measure my people from 30 years, and I know where we were 30 years ago. From nothing that we had, we are better today, and I look to that, and I look forward to the day we can take total control. And we have to be strategic about that. And thank you, brother, for allowing me to speak.
All right, cool. Mr. G, Ronan, I don't know if you want to say something, but, Mr. G said respectfully, I think in this modern age, we have to start bringing up Black Americans were prospering during segregation argument. I mean, we were. I mean, I don't know what the issue is with that argument, but we were.
I'm good, man. I'm gonna let this panel die, bro. They gonna keep dragging it out. Just when you think you're out, they keep pulling you back in.
I know, man. But yeah, I appreciate you guys coming up, man. I'm gonna just say my last 2 cents, man. Appreciate you guys, man. So, Mr. like Lowly said, he has seen progress. He has measured progress from a wealth perspective in South Africa over the past 30 years. You can't deny that. South Africans are arguably probably the most wealthiest Africans, maybe second to Nigeria. I don't know how they rank, but second or third, Egypt would be one, but Nigeria if we're talking about sub-Saharan Africa. But my thing is, in the past 2 years, South Africa has deteriorated in the past 3 years. Now, there are people with less jobs. There are more people South Africans that want to leave South Africa. And this is me being on the ground. There are more South Africans frustrated. The HIV rates have risen. And I'm talking about more cultural things. I'm not even talking about from an economic standpoint, just culturally. More people are eating processed foods. You see worsening of diets. You see, there's reports on people more stressed in South Africa. It's a lot has changed. They have, and this is why they've had a big focus on their elections, because the country was going backwards. So as much progress as Lozy says he has seen from 30 years ago, it's easy to compare 30 years to today. Of course, there's going to be a big difference. But like I said, what I've seen in the past 2 or 3 years, I've seen a decline from a social aspect. Like I said, when it comes to diet and culture, the negative traits of the United States have penetrated South Africa. And so that's why I said, you know what? Enough is enough. The way the mindset of a lot of South Africans, the colonized mindset. I'm just like, leave South Africa alone. Like, it cannot be in the discussion for Black Americans to see that as a country where they can relocate to. And I thought South Africa was the best option, but it's just not there yet. They have a lot of things that they're fighting for. They're taking a step backwards. And, we need to focus on our fight for our things in the United States. We're rooting for South Africa. We hope that things could be more, in line on what we believe a Black nation should be. But It's just not there yet. So I'm a fan of Southern Africa. I'm a fan of the culture, the music, the vibe, the people, because they do have a strong culture. But I'm looking at Namibia now, you know, for Southern Africa. I'm looking at Namibia now. So that's going to be another topic, talking about Namibia. And I appreciate you guys tuning in on this Tuesday. So